Fox Sports.
We are Black Force. We are Sun Force.
Last night, the Rays used 3-run homers from Sean Rodriguez and B.J. Upton to power past the Twins, reclaiming sole possession of first place in the AL East for the first time since June 12th. Tonight, AL wins leader David Price goes to the hill, searching for a franchise record 15th win. Catch all the action on Sun Sports. We have some rainfall outside Tropicana Field, but inside it is cool, comfortable, and dry. The Rays continue their series. This is Game 3 as the Tampa Bay Rays play host to the Minnesota Twins. Rays victorious last night, and for the first time since the 12th of June, they have sole possession of first place in the American League East. You see the Rays now up by a half game as New York won its game this afternoon. And the Minnesota Twins over in the AL Central running second. They are a game and a half back of the Chicago White Sox. With Kevin Kennedy and Todd Callis, I'm Dwayne Statz. Great to have you with us tonight as the Rays square off against this Minnesota ball club. It's been a great run. They've made the most of this extended homestand. They've had to do it without Carlos Pena and Ben Zobrist, but tonight they get Zobrist back in the lineup. Yeah, good to have Ben back, and good to have him back in the leadoff spot because he's got a on-base percentage of .371. Overall, as you look at his numbers, .272 with 6 home runs, 47 RBIs, and the 22 stolen bases. But he's also got 57 walks, and that's 9th in the American League. And for good measure, you know, when Ben's out there in the leadoff spot, the Rays are 16-7. And also the versatility of playing the outfield, infield, and tonight, of course, at first base. So it gives Joe Matt more depth off the bench as well tonight. And for the Rays on the mound, it will be David Price, who already leads the American League in victories. And a little sidebar for the Rays tonight. He's after victory number 15, which would be a franchise single-season record. Well, on the pregame show, he just talked about fastball command. It won't be any different tonight. That will be the key. He has been painting the corners with his fastball, then going up in his zone when he needs to. He's just been devastating. The ball comes out of his hands so easily overall. So 14 wins, going for 15 tonight, which would be the franchise record should he get that. And more than that, I mean, he really has a legitimate shot to be a 20-game winner here for the first time ever in Rays history. And the pitching matchup, Price at 14-5, sporting the 5th best earned on average in the American League at .290. Opposed by right-hander Scott Baker, an earned on average of an even 5. He has won 9 and lost 9. Last night, the Rays got 2 big blasts, a couple of 3-run home runs, one from Sean Rodriguez and the other one from B.J. Upton. When we come back, Todd Callis on B.J. in a moment.
right when Dwayne and Kevin were wrapping up that first segment, the lights went out here at Tropicana Field. A little power surge, so we will not be starting on time at 7:10 for the Twins and the Rays' third game of a 4-game series. Once they get the lights rolling again, and it looks like they're just starting to go back on, it's usually about a 15-minute process. So if you add that into right about now, we're looking at about roughly 7:20 for the first pitch. A lot of people are probably happy about that because there are a lot of people sitting out in their cars in the parking lot. It has just been pouring outside of Tropicana Field. The few intrepid people that made their way in were absolutely soaked. So a lot of people were probably planning to get here late anyhow. Now it looks like right around this 7:20 start, no official announcement. We'll have a little bit longer here to tell you about what B.J. Upton has done so far in this series against the Minnesota Twins. For Boss Man Jr., the first game of the series, he used his legs with those 3 base hits and a career high 3 stolen bases. BJ has also been hitting a lot of doubles during the last 4 games. This one the opposite way, and whenever he's using the whole field, that is a great sign. Then last night, the big 3-run home run on the 2-0 pitch from Matt Guerrier gave the Rays a 6-3 lead in their 6-4 victory. So in his last 4 games, B.J. Upton with that slugging percentage up to .813, an extra base hit in every game, 3 doubles, a home run, and 3 stolen bases. So we caught up with Joe Madden to ask him about B.J. Upton, and our Geico quote of the game. He talked about B.J.'s use of the whole field and how lately, especially that home run, it's reminded him of the 2008 championship season.
I love the line drive down the right field line. I love that. And then, of course, I loved even more the 3-run homer yesterday. But if you saw the replay of that, bat hit out in front, he stayed behind the ball. It was a fastball. Looked like Guerrero had tried to run it in on him a little bit, but he stayed inside. It got the head to the ball. Really nice to see it. And, again, you could just, again, roll back the tape for the playoffs a couple years ago. You saw that swing a lot, where they were challenging him with fastballs in, and he was able to stay inside and get the bat head out, and the ball went far to left field. So it'd be nice, because if he gets back to anywhere near that kind of form, that's going to be a big pickup for us.
That really could be a difference. As you see, B.J. Upton will be in the lineup tonight for the Rays, and there he is getting ready. It won't be a 7:10 start. Joe Madden's meeting with Jerry Crawford and Ron Gardenhire, part of the discussion behind home plate, but Boss Man's in there against the righty Scott Baker tonight in the 7th slot in the lineup. And David Price was in the middle of his warm-ups. Usually he and Jim Hickey and the catcher for the evening, in this case John Jaso, walked down here right around when I'm doing my update in the second segment. So they are almost about to wrap things up in the bullpen, but then he stopped throwing, and there you see him just sitting on the field just to the side of the mound. So we're not going to be starting at 7:10, which would be in 2 minutes. We will start probably, I'm guessing, around 7:20, although no official announcement, at least down here, that I've heard of. Joe Madden is meeting with Jerry Crawford, the crew chief, and Ron Gardenhire behind home plate. Once the lights go up full, there you see the meeting behind home plate. Once the lights go up full, we will be ready for baseball on this Wednesday night. But you know what this means? Oh, here was is this the replay? Oh, I thought that was a replay. Is that live? Wow. So it's still a little flickering action here inside Tropicana Field. But you know what this is, guys? This is a website Wednesday. So this is giving people extra time to load in their questions for our Ask the Announcer segment. We didn't have one last week because of the Rays broadcast fundraiser. So you guys ready? You look very ready. Time to ask questions on Ask the Announcer. You ready?
Yeah, we've got all the paperwork. We've got the all-important rule book, Todd. This is always very important. If we can't remember, we can look it up.
And an extensive library. We never remember anything that we know where to look up.
I love it. People can log on to foxsportsflorida.com and ask a question of Dwayne or Kevin. We'll be answering it throughout the night. In fact, with a little later start, we might even get a question in before the first pitch. So as we get ready for baseball, a rare delay here at Tropicana Field due to a power surge. We will have baseball tonight. We are at 72 degrees, and we are dry. We're just waiting for the lights to go back on. We'll be back with more after this right here on Sun Sports. It is 7-11, and as you can see outside those doors at Tropicana Field, it is lightning, it is pouring. There is a serious storm cell that is going through downtown St. Petersburg as we speak. It has impacted the start of tonight's game. As you can see, the lights are still getting back to their full capacity. We had a power surge right around 7:03 tonight, and that meant the 7:10 game would have to be delayed. Right now, the latest we're hearing at 7:12 now is that we'll start right around 7:23 or 7:24. So we're still about 10 minutes away. David Price still has not resumed throwing in the bullpen. Scott Baker the same in the Minnesota bullpen. So we are kind of in a holding pattern here. We should have baseball in a little more than 10 minutes. We did tell you before the game in our pregame show about catching up with a former #1 pick of the Tampa Bay Rays, Delmon Young. Of course, now he's with Minnesota and having a career year. When we talked to Delmon yesterday, he talked about the key to his season this year has been knowing he's going to be in there every day.
This is the first time since playing over here I didn't have to, worry about competition to play. They told me I was going to be the guy out there, so everything just fell perfectly. Getting a lot of luck, You saw it yesterday with the hand grenade I threw out there. But in order to have everything go your way, you got to, take anything you can get. And then with the help of Tomei coming over here and Hudson, got a lot of veterans, and then you got 2 MVPs. And so we got a great group of guys over here, so everything's just working out well.
So much was expected of you at such a young age. Do you feel like now you're learning the game more and more and you're implementing that side of it than maybe in the beginning of your career when you were just kind of learning things on the fly?
Yeah, and you come up from the minor leagues, there's no scouting reports or video or anything. You just show up and go play. Once you get to the big league level, you start breaking things down on the camera and scouting reports and everything. So it's just a process you got to get used to because from the time you're little until you get to the big leagues, there's no scouting reports or video to look at. And now you're at a stage where it's straight competition, so they're sending out advanced scouts and really doing a lot of research on how to get guys out.
Do you see any similarities with this team and the way the Rays were built when they won in 08? Because you lose a guy like Morneau, you go on an 8-game winning streak. Seems like you've got guys that can fill in when some of the big guns go down.
Yeah, but it's 2 different type of teams just because the team that's over there on the Tampa side, they win a lot of their games from the speed side. The speed, pitching, and defense is what the Twins and the Rays preach, but the advantage they have over us is their whole overall team speed. Because you saw last night, they're not gonna stay at first base. They're gonna keep running and running and running, even though they might get thrown out sometimes. But it puts a lot of pressure on the opposing teams and balls hitting the gaps. You got Crawford at Upton and Bartlett can easily score from first on a routine double. So just their overall team speed comes into play, and it causes a lot of chaos on the base paths.
I know when you look back at your time with the Rays, a lot of people were surprised when you were traded, and now you're that player that a lot of people thought you were going to be. Joe Madden has just been raving about you, even ever since you left. He's really followed your career, and I know he's really proud of what you've done this year. Have you guys had a solid relationship, maybe even better relationship after you've left now because he has stayed in touch with you?
Oh, yeah, it's better since I left because, when you're playing over here, you're trying to play and, do everything. But now it's better because he's successful over here and got his feet wet, and I'm getting my feet wet still. So we still communicate and everything. And so it's a lot of fun just to see him doing well and that the front office gave him a good opportunity to position himself in this division.
Maybe we'll see. That was Delmon Young. We caught up with him yesterday. He and Joe Madden continue to, share moments. Joe left him a note after the Rays left Minnesota's Target Field after that first series, and Delmon sent him a couple of bottles of wine. They have gotten a lot closer even than they were when Delmon was a player and Joe was a manager here for the Rays. So it's good to see Delmon playing the game the right way and really flourishing at the age of 24. He'll turn 25 early in September. Speaking of age, one guy today who was 35 years old and 8 days set a mark as the youngest player in Major League history to reach the 600 home run plateau. We're speaking, of course, of A-Rod, Alex Rodriguez, in the first inning against Sean Markham of the Toronto Blue Jays, giving the Yankees a 2-0 lead by hitting this 2-0 pitch into the monuments in straightaway center field. And the Yankees will go on to a 5-1 victory in that game. A-Rod, 3 years from the day when he hit the 500th home run, hits number 600, the 7th player in Major League history to reach that plateau, and also the youngest in Major League history. There you see the box score with Alex Rodriguez's 600th. Mark Teixeira had 3 RBIs, and Phil Hughes went 5 1/3 innings for the victory. The Yankees do win one game against the Blue Jays, who took 2 out of 3 in that series. New York will now have a day off tomorrow, and they'll begin a 3-game set in the new Yankee Stadium against the Boston Red Sox beginning on Friday night. That will be a 3-game series, whereas the Rays have 2 games in the next 24 hours. There'll actually be, 2 games in the next less than that. I guess about 18 hours with a day game tomorrow. Actually, it's a 4-game series. I guess they overlap into Monday with that Yankees and Red Sox series, which begins on Friday. So we'll have more from Tropicana Field as we continue to wait out the power surge, the electricity delay. Most of the lights are on. We're still waiting for a few to flicker on. They're now saying 7:25, but my guess is that might get pushed back maybe a little bit as well. We'll find out when we come back with an update. We're getting ready for baseball on a Wednesday night, a little bit delayed.
By Toyota, moving forward. By Amscott, the Money Superstore. And by Checkers, little place, big taste. Welcome back to Tropicana Field. As you can see, it is raining outside. It is dry and comfy inside Tropicana Field, but we have a storm-induced delay because of the lights. There was a power surge causing the lights to dim here, and they're not quite back to full strength, but very close. In fact, just a couple moments ago, Jim Hickey conferred with Joe Madden, and they have started the warm-up process now for David Price. For more on this, let's go to Todd Callis.
Dwayne, it looks like we're going to go right around 7:25 tonight. So we're just about 4 minutes away from the first pitch. David Price resumed his throwing right when we came back from that last commercial. So he should be ready to go. The lights are probably about close to 70-75% strength right now. And over the next 4 minutes, they should go to full strength. While we have this opportunity, it is a website Wednesday, Ask the Announcer. We're going to kick off our questions before the game even begins, guys. This is something new. So Barbara and a couple of others want to know, they say they've been watching games from the upper deck. They try and call the pitches like you guys do, but they can't figure it out. They want to know how you guys know what the pitches are from where you're sitting.
Well, it's a magical process, actually, and there's no explanation. Actually, I thought it was interesting in the pregame segment. You guys were talking about the frequency of David Price using the fastball, and that's a real key, as I'm sure Kevin will attest. Number one, going in that in this case David Price throws a fastball. Throws a couple of them, in fact, two-seamer, four-seamer. He throws a curveball, he throws a changeup, he throws a slider.
Right.
And how all of those pitches are supposed to react. And that's the first thing you do. And then, of course, situations also dictate what you might be looking for.
Yeah, exactly. David Price is a power fastball pitcher, so, the majority of his pitches are going to be a fastball. And also, of course, we have technology today that we can use, and that's called the monitor upstairs in our booth. Some analysts and broadcasters do it differently. I like to look at the monitor real quick because I was a catcher, and I like to know exactly what the location they're trying to go to and what the pitch is, and then I'll pick up the live action a lot of times as the pitch is on the way. So, but by and large, you have to know the pitcher first or what his repertoire of pitches is, and that's what you described.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the monitors that we have, it's a great tool. You anticipate that it's going to be a particular kind of breaking ball, and you can check that on the monitor in a second after you made that call. And there are times, and we'll discuss that sometimes, whether it was a slider, a backup slider, sometimes,
that's right.
Doesn't do what a slider, you anticipate a slider is supposed to do. And not every pitch that a pitcher tries to throw, he's going to execute the way he wants.
Yeah, there's an example against Jason Kubel last night, Jeff Neiman. There were a couple of little tight sliders that he threw. They looked like off speed. They looked like a split. They weren't. They were sliders. And then the last pitch that he got Kubel on was indeed a split-fingered fastball. So even off the monitor, that's tough sometimes to pick up until you see it again, or you see the grip with our great camera work with the grip out of his glove. Then you can tell exactly how he's throwing it by what the grip is.
Yeah, and we have a couple of guys on this club that throw the fastball a lot. David Price is one of them. Let's take a look at this fastball breakout for David Price and the frequency that he uses and when he uses the fastball.
Yeah, look at the Major League average, 58.6% of the time. Pitchers will throw the fastball. David Price is way above that, almost 76% of the time. Well, let's say 3/4 of the pitches tonight. So out of every 4 pitches you watch tonight, 3 of them from David Price are on average, are going to be a fastball. When he's behind the count, almost 90% of the time, 88 to be exact, but let's say 9 out of 10 times, when he's behind the count, 1-0, 2-0, 3-1, it's going to be a fastball. So it's anticipation. Now, what we're talking about and what the question was also, this goes right down to the hitters, too. The hitters know these statistics, and guess what? Denard Span tonight leading off here in a couple of minutes. He's not going to be looking for a slow breaking ball first pitch. He's going to be looking for a fastball. However, David Price has a different fastball than most people in Major League Baseball. It's a dominant fastball, and he can locate it. That makes it tough.
Well, let's take a look at that starting lineup for the Twins. It will be Denard Span leading off in center field, followed by Alexi Casilla. Then Joe Mauer back in the lineup again tonight as the DH. The cleanup hitter is Delman Young. Michael Kadire is at first. At third base hitting sixth is Danny Valencia. Jason Repko in the lineup hitting seventh, playing right field with J.J. Hardy, the shortstop, batting eighth. And Drew Butera, who had a good night at the plate last night, will catch and again hit ninth against David Price.
And David Price's season numbers overall in 20 starts, he's got 2 complete games, 14-5 with a 2.90 earned run average. Absolutely outstanding numbers right there. 133 2/3 innings pitched, 117 strikeouts to go with it, and a very low 226 batting average against David Price this year. Around the outfield defensively, Carl Crawford in left, B.J. Upton in center, and Matt Joyce out there in right field tonight. Around the infield, Evan Longoria, Jason Bartlett, Sean Rodriguez, and Ben Zobrist, and John Jaso behind the plate.
Well, here's Denard Span leading off. The center fielder in the first pitch of this game, and that is a fastball, and it's in there for a strike. And I mean a fastball in the mid-90s. First pitch registered at 95. So we're underway. Span fouls that one, tried to be quick on a fastball. Fouled it straight back, 0-2.
Yeah, there are nights David Price will throw 93, 94 right out of the chute. These two fastballs are mid-90s, 95. And when he goes for that punch out, that strikeout, he can get it up to 96, 97 plus.
Ground ball headed to short. Bartlett makes the play. A toss to Zobrist. Denard Span out of there.
Now that was a slider. And, a little different look right there. Denard Span got an 0-2 slider, an easy ground out.
And then more on that question, you do start to see from this angle, and we watch so many games from pretty much the same angle, different characteristics of these pitches. A breaking ball is going to roll more than a slider, for an example.
Yeah, a slider's going to have some depth going down and away, two types of movement. And a little bit harder, of course, than the curve. The curve's going to have that top-to-bottom movement. And, of course, the split's just going to be look like a fastball. Then the bottom's going to fall out. And when the hitter gets out in front.
We'll see if fouls it just outside the bag at first, and the count is 0-2.
When the hitter gets out in front of a split, of course, you're going to see him almost be off balance. You can tell from upstairs if you're watching from the top deck. You can tell when hitters get out front and they're off balance that was something off speed.
Yeah, the hitter reaction is another tip-off as to what that pitch may have been. And a tap foul. Jerry White makes the play just outside the first base coaching box.
And see, by that reaction for Casilla, you could tell that's a fastball because he can't get around on it. And what that does defensively, that would make Ben Zobrist say, well, you know what, I better inch over toward the line a little bit. Make sure he doesn't stick a double down there.
A little tap to the second baseman, Rodriguez, who gets Casilla. So 2 ground balls, 2 up, 2 down.
And again, that was off speed. I believe that was his curveball. After 2 good fastballs. Threw an off-speed breaking ball right there for the ground out.
Two gone. And here's Joe Mauer. Mauer at 318. That's good enough for 7th in the league. In the first pitch, a fastball for a strike.
And for Joe Mauer, he gets 97.
Yeah.
He gets a couple miles more. That is a beautiful pitch, though, on the outside corner.
And a shot the other way into left, but Crawford will have room. Makes the catch in front of the track to retire the side. 1, 2, 3, go the Twins. Bottom of the first coming. No score. Telecast on Sun Sports is presented in beautiful HD by H.H. Gregg. Let's take a look at Joe Madden's lineup tonight as we go to the bottom of the first. Ben Zobrist, Carl Crawford, and Evan Longoria, followed by Matt Joyce in the cleanup position. The DH is Dan Johnson. John Jaso hits 6. He'll catch. B.J. Upton in center. John Rodriguez at second. And Jason Bartlett will bat ninth and play shortstop.
Scott Baker, the right-hander on the mound for Minnesota. He's at 9-9 this year. ERA is high for him at 5.
And the first pitch to Ben Zobrist is down. 1 ball and no strikes. So Ben back in the lineup after sitting out 6 games. 1-1. He had the lower back issue, and he really thought that he might have pushed himself a little more in the batting cage, working on some particular things. That there's a shot back into center, and it's going to get past Span as he knocks it down. Managed to keep it within reach, and into second goes Zobrist. Well, Ben hits the 1-1 pitch into center field and winds up in scoring position.
Let's see again, he hit this ball so hard, it might have had a little bit of knuckleball action. Let's take a look and see if off the bat, if it had a lot of backspin or not. That thing was actually boxed a little bit by Bernard Span, but I think it had some knuckleball action. Sometimes when you really center a ball well, it won't have a whole lot of backspin. That was it. Caught Bernard Span in between.
Now Crawford bunts third base side, and it's going to kick foul. Wow. You talk about kicking foul. That actually hit on the turf part of the infield and then took an abrupt left turn and went foul.
Yeah, it sure did. Had a lot of spin on it as you saw that ball off the bat. Like a little chip shot right there. Take a look. Carl, now he got the bat down right there, and it had a lot of spin right off the bat. You can see it's going to hit the turf and then kick immediately toward the foul line. And that saved a base hit right there for the Twins.
The 0-1 to Crawford. He's under it, pops it up. Right side foul. Kadire, the first baseman, makes the catch. So Zobrist still at second after leading off with the double. His 19th double of the year. 1 out now, and Evan Longoria will be the hitter. You know, that leadoff double by Zobrist, and when you look at Baker's numbers, he was very good against left-handed hitters last year. They hit only 217 off him, but it's been a different story this year. They're up in the mid-280s. Now Longoria lifts a foul ball up the right side. That's going to be out of the reach of Kadire. Strike 1. He's given up 18 home runs, and 9 have been to lefties and 9 to right-handed hitters.
There are the splits on him. Overall, the righties are hitting him well, too, at 292, 285 from the left side of the plate. He will throw a changeup. He does have a curve and a slider. He has to spot. He's not a power guy. He's 89 to 90 with the fastball.
And the fastball is fouled back. 2 strikes.
That 92 is about where he'll top out at. That last fastball up and in. But he'll pitch at about 89 usually, 89 to 90.
Cut and a miss by Longoria. Pitch had some break to it. That might have been his slider.
The Twins defensively behind Scott Baker. Dillman Young in left, Bernard Span in center, and Jason Repko out there in right. Danny Valencia, J.J. Hardy, Alexi Casilla, and Michael Kadire around the infield left to right. And Drew Butera behind the plate for Scott Baker.
Well, Matt Joyce gets a start hitting out of the number 4 spot tonight against the right-hander Baker. Goes after the first pitch and fouls it. That looked like a changeup. Joyce with 5 home runs and 20 runs batted in. 12 of those RBIs on this homestand. Picks it up. It's 1-1. Hit by the pitch. So the Rays will have 2 men on with 2 men out for the designated hitter, Dan Johnson.
2 fastballs up and in. A second one hits him, and it bit the back of his right elbow, I think. Base open. They were not going to give him anything good to hit, as hot as Matt's been on this homestand.
Well, here's Dan Johnson, now the DH tonight. This is the matchup I kind of like, Kevin. Johnson came out of Japan a little more disciplined in his approach to hitting, but not overly so. He knows that you have to be aggressive when you get a good pitch to hit. And he did a lot of hitting at Durham, as you can see by those numbers. 0-1 count. Takes it down.
Well, there's a prime example of what you're talking about right there. He laid off a good off-speed pitch down. You see a lot of that in Japan, and he really gained a lot of experience last year, as you talked about last night. And he has shown that he can read the ball pretty quickly so far out of the pitcher's hands when he was using the minor leagues doing that. But he had good at-bats last night.
There's a strike. Puts him down 1-2. Rays with a first inning threat. Our game delayed because of the weather related power situation. And a foul back on a fastball. Count holds right there at 1-2. Apparently a lightning strike at one of the Florida Power substations. Feeds power to the drop, so that played a little havoc with the lights, and the Rays had to wait for the lights to come back, which typically is about 15 minutes, and the game started right around 7:25. Swing and a miss. Johnson out on strikes. Missed the fastball. The Rays lead 2. No score through 1. Rays and the Twins. Time for the poll question tonight, brought to you by Autoway. Autoway, if you need a car, truck, or van, who you going to call? Autoway. How many games do you think David Price will win this year? 16 or fewer, 17 or 18, 19 or 20, 21 or more. Standard message and data rates apply. Text your vote to 789-789. Delmon Young opens the second, and the first pitch is a strike around the knees. Kevin, I thought it was interesting in the first inning, 9 pitches, 9 strikes. And the out pitches were breaking balls, a slider, a curve, and another slider.
That's right. It's also interesting. John Jaso calls a little different game than Kelly Shopping. He will call more breaking balls.
When it's fouled back.
And ultimately, David Price calls the game, because if he didn't want the breaking ball, he wouldn't throw it. But, you know, the league knows he powers fastballs in there early and often. And even if you're sitting on it, it's tough to hit if you locate. But I like that he threw his secondary pitches.
And a wave and a miss, and Young chased one. That might have been out of the strike zone, but it's strikeout number 1 for David Price.
There's 96 right there. And here's what we're talking about, fastball command. It's a 2-strike pitch, and look at that pitch off the outside corner and down. So that's what he's doing differently this year. He's not throwing fastballs at 96 down the middle. He's also painting with it.
First pitch to Kadire is away. 1 ball, no strikes. Yeah, the other thing on introducing the slider and the curve early, you know, he pitched 8 innings, made 122 pitches against the Twins up in Minnesota. And that was in early July. So they have seen him recently.
That's what I was thinking about, too. Absolutely.
Kadire a bit late right there on a mid-90s fastball.
Well, you know, the other thing, too, the Twins and the Rays play each other quite a bit in spring training. They're pretty familiar with each other, too.
Fastball right by him, about the same spot. 95. It's 2-2.
If you show a little different game plan early, it's just going to make your fastball that much better.
Strike 3 call. Just a tick more on that one at 96. And Kadire is caught looking.
With a hand, it comes out of his hand so easily. Look at that finish. I mean, that is just at the knees. Look at all those pitches on Fox tracks. Down and away. Shot there, Fox mode. At the knees, outside corner.
Valencia. And there's another well-placed fastball at 97.
I think he's loose.
I'll tell you, the pitches he's made to Kadire and that first pitch to Valencia, those are some of the best pitches you'll ever see. Another one at 97, and Valencia takes that for a strike, and not because they're 95, 96, or 97, but because of location at that velocity.
That's exactly right.
And he just missed right there.
98.
98, how's that? Valencia just took the pitch and hoped.
Yeah, exactly. It's true. A little bit down. Good pitch. Good 0-2 pitch.
And a ground ball headed toward the middle. Knocked down by Rodriguez as he tried to backhand it, but could not come up with it. That's a base hit for Valencia.
I was thinking after that one down the way, he might go up the ladder north and south with the fastball, but because Danny was just in a contact count, you know, he just put it in a good spot. Seen Sean make this play so many times, knocks it down, but once it hit the turf, there was no chance to make a play.
Yeah, that's something you're right. He makes all the time. He probably goes to his backhand as well as anybody who plays second base in the big leagues right now.
I think so.
Jason Repko. Pitch is down. In fact, Joe Madden said he thought Rodriguez makes that backhanded play as well as anyone since. And he brought up the name Pat Kelly. Remember him?
I sure do.
He was a young infielder, came up with the Yankees.
Yep.
And he was very good at that. Foul ball back. Repko has a count of 1-1, and that fastball 96, 97, depending on, I guess, which gun you're going to use. But Madden had Kelly's name right there at the tip of his tongue for the best at backhanding a ball for a second baseman, and he thinks Sean Rodriguez is right there with him. Fastball, and Repko could not catch up. 1-2. In the top of the second inning. Runner takes off, and the pitch is skied back into deep left center field. Crawford on the run. It's going to be off the wall. Valencia rounds third, heads to the plate. He will score on a double by Repko, and the Twins take a 1-0 lead. Repko's 4th double of the year, his 5th run batted in.
Repko gets another fastball, but the difference, this one was up in a way, and he gets on it. He got right through it. Good use of the back leg right there. Good turning. He can hit a fastball. He came up, as I said last night, with the Dodgers system. He was a former #1 pick. You saw last night he struck out on breaking balls. Had a tough time with some breaking balls, but he was always a good fastball hitter. A lot of speed and a great throwing arm. Jason Repko.
J.J. Hardy. And he looks at a strike. A couple of strikeouts, and then Valencia reached on what essentially was an infield hit, and then Repko hit one off the wall in left center. 2 strikes to count. Price has come out throwing a lot of strikes. 28 pitches, 23 strikes.
He hasn't gone up the ladder yet, up and in. Sort of on the outside corner. They've been tracking him down and away, so he might have to go up and in here and get a strikeout. Give him a different look anyway.
And strike 3 call. Jaso puts the tag on Hardy. He looked at a fastball. So the Twins are on the board. We got to the bottom of the second. 1-0 Minnesota. Here's the Rays come in to hit in the bottom of the second inning. In tonight's game and all season long, Tires Plus donates $100 to the Pediatric Cancer Foundation for every Rays home run, televised on Sun Sports and Fox Sports Florida. John Jaso in there to lead it off. First pitch is high. Rays find themselves down by a run as they face Scott Baker. That game up in Minneapolis was a low-scoring game when Price and Baker hooked up, and the Twins won that game 2-1. Fly ball lifted Francisco is there. One away. B.J. Upton is on his way to the plate. We're on our way to check in with Todd Callis.
We had a little pregame question in our Ask the Announcers on website Wednesday. The most popular topic tonight and the last couple of days is about Jeremy Hellickson. We have Justin, Caleb, Len, Brian, many others that want to know when Hellickson comes back, assuming he does, what will his role be? Guys, when might he be back, and what will his role be? Back to you.
Jay Upton takes the first pitch high, 1 ball and no strikes. We're going to have a conference with Andrew Friedman and give him our opinion as to when Hellickson should be back, maybe yesterday, and what he's going to be doing. He's going to be back. There's no question about that. It's just a matter of whether it's before the roster is expanded or not. And you get the idea that they feel as if they can work him out of the bullpen in more of a controlled arrangement that way once rosters are expanded. So I'm going to guess when the rosters are expanded, probably out of the bullpen unless something major changes.
I would think that too, and the reason you'd send him back down.
Strike 3 call. Upton looked at that pitch.
Breaking ball right there. The reason you send him right back down is to make sure he gets regular work every 5 days down there, and when the season's over in the minor leagues, then he's sharp for September. I think if you kept him up here and made a bullpen move, well, the back end of the bullpen's done the job, and the starters have been going pretty deep as well, so really he probably wouldn't get enough work up here to make a major impact. In September, it's a different story in the stretch run, so I would guess the same thing, September.
Sean Rodriguez takes a strike off speed pitch, and there to him. But that was a real treat to see the young right-hander from Des Moines, Iowa, come up and pitch the way I think everyone had hoped that he would pitch. He was impressive, not only to the Rays, but to Ron Gardenhire and his club. They had good things to say about him.
Well, that's the other thing, too. He made his major league debut and pitched well and won. And now he knows what that's like. All that's past now. So when he comes up, he's been there before. Although he acted like he'd been there about 10 years.
Didn't he? That was just so great. And that's one of the things you love about the kid. In the spring, you see him pitch a couple of innings there, and you had the same feeling regardless of who he was facing. That was the case last night. Line drive and a diving catch by J.J. Hardy, the shortstop. The Rays are out 1-2-3 in the second inning. Hard hit ball by Sean Rodriguez, put out number 3. Through 2, 1-0 Minnesota. Out of the third, we'll check out tonight's Amscott replay. courtesy of J.J. Hardy.
Yeah, that was a rocket hit and a nice diving catch by Hardy. Good timing right there. Looks like he scraped his right hand. You saw him in the dugout there looking at his hand. He took another line drive hit away from Sean Rodriguez.
First pitch to the catcher, Butera, and Drew Butera takes one low. Fouls it back. Big cut at the fastball. Butera hit a home run last night in the 7th inning, second of the year. That one right by him. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
He's trying to cheat Butera. He knows it's a fastball coming. He saw that left leg come up. He tried to get it down early, and he didn't get down early enough.
Still a ball, 2 strikes.
That's a pretty good swing, though. He was on that one.
And a little fly ball into center. Routine, and Upton makes the catch. 1 out here in the 3rd. Don't miss the last chance for the 2010 Rays season tickets. Guarantee yourself postseason opportunities and other great benefits. Visit RaysBaseball.com or call 888-FAN-RAYS. Now the top of the order, Denard Span. Span went out short to first to open the game. Shortens on the bat. Takes the pitch for a strike.
Slider. Well, so far tonight, he's thrown breaking balls to the lefties. The first 3 lefties in the lineup. All fastballs to all the righties. Every single pitch.
And he throws a breaking ball there for a strike, a curve. So that ratio of fastballs to his other pitches coming down tonight so far. This one away. 1 ball, 2 strikes, but that fastball's never very far away with Price out there on the hill. Fastball fouled. Span, great speed. We mentioned before, out of Tampa Catholic High School. All-state wide receiver there, and that's not hard to believe. High popper. Bartlett is there. 2 gone here. 2 up, 2 down in the 3rd inning. David Price tonight after win number 15. No one's ever done that for the Rays before. Rolando Rojo did it in the inaugural season of 1998. Edwin Jackson in 08 and James Shields also in 2008. 14 for Price right now. He's 14-5. And Casilla looks at a curveball. Strike 1 on that first pitch. He got him on the curveball and a ground ball back in the first. Popper foul. That's going to be out of the reach of Zobrist. 2 strikes.
Yeah, he did. Casilla, the switch hitter. He did. You're right. He got a curveball in the first inning as well for the ground out. First 3 hitters got all made out on breaking balls.
Away, a fastball eludes the mitt of J-Cell. Butera out to center, Span out on a pop to short. 1-2 the count to Alexi Casilla. Two and two. Base hit foul. Count holding at 2-2. Twins got a run in the second inning on the base hit by Valencia and a double by Repko. Garza looking on alongside George Henry. Upstairs, Garza's going to open the road trip in Toronto against the Blue Jays on Friday night. Rays have the afternoon game tomorrow when Wade Davis opposes Kevin Sloan. And Matt Garza pitches against the Blue Jays Friday night. Off speed, and Garcia just got a piece of it.
He's laying a pretty good at bat on David Price right here. He's stayed alive with the fastball. He's seen a slider. He's also seen a curveball or two.
Price and Jaso, direct communique right there. Third career start for Price against the Twins. It's his fourth appearance overall against them, and the second time he's faced them this year. You see, it just stays alive on that.
Another breaking ball right there from David.
Yep. Slider up and into him a bit.
Yep. Close to take.
His hands in and contact and stay alive. Pulls this one way foul. So has turned into an extended at bat. This next pitch will be number 10. See another one fouling the fastball. Garcia hits in front of Mauer, so you really want to see him in the inning.
You're right. 20-pitch inning because of Garcia.
And a tap back to the mound. He got him. Changed up on him and got the little comebacker. 1-2-3. Bottom of the third. 1-0 Minnesota. At Friday Fest, presented by Captain Morgan, coming up Friday, August 13th, the Rays take on the Orioles. First 10,000 women receive a navy blue metallic T-shirt after the game. Don't miss the Village People in concert. Visit RaysBaseball.com to get your tickets now. Rays will get another look at Scott Baker as they come in to hit in the bottom of the third inning with Jason Bartlett leading off, then Ben Zobrist and Carl Crawford. 1 ball, no strikes. Pops it into shallow right. And Recto comes in to make a sliding catch. One away here in the home half of the third. Let's go to Todd.
Dwayne, the questions are flying in tonight. We had in the first hour of this game over 300 questions. Considering our record for one game is 450, I think we're going to shatter that tonight. Here's some names: David, Ernie, Megan, Daryl, Gary, Kelsey. They all want to know whether you guys think a bat might be added to the Rays lineup in August. Guys, back to you.
All right. Well, it's still not impossible to have an addition or two made to the team because of the waiver wires, and they routinely, we saw, what was it, yesterday, I think, the big to-do about Adam Dunn being placed on the waiver wire. But that's pretty conventional, actually. Clubs will do that all the time.
Yeah.
And so it's possible, more difficult, though, to make a deal.
Yeah, everybody pretty much goes on waivers. You can put 7 men on waivers a day. Actually, you can backdate that to before the deadline. So guys, if they do clear, then you can make a straight trade with the club. But here's my thoughts on, let's take Manny Ramirez, because I have heard the rumblings of that. Now, Manny Ramirez just had another setback with his leg injury.
And Zobrist lifts a popper down the left side, foul ball, and it's out of the reach of Valencia or Hardy.
Manny Ramirez is making $20 million, and he's been on the DL 3 times this year with leg problems with the Dodgers. He had a setback. He was eligible to be activated on Tuesday, but now Joe Torre has said his rehab won't start at least for another week. So, you're looking, tomorrow's August the 5th. You're looking at August the 12th, and you're looking at a few games of at-bats. I mean, it's doubtful. But number 2, Manny Ramirez, my take is you have to go through your league first, the National League first, in reverse order of the standings at the time. So I don't think he clears waivers. I think with
Zobrist went around on the check with Jerry Crawford down at third base. He says Zobrist offered. Let's take a look.
Take a look at Ben from the side right here, if he held up or not. Oh no, he went. That's the right call. But you have to clear waivers. I mean, and I think he gets claimed by a National League club. I can't see him clearing waivers.
Crawford hitting it on the ground to first. Kadire makes the play. We'll get back to that as we go to the 4th through 3, 1-0 Minnesota. The 4th inning tonight at Tropicana Field. Time to get into our AT trivia question of the night. Since Major League Baseball adopted the current divisional format in 1994, how many times have 2 teams from the same division finished with the best 2 records in baseball? It's our trivia question tonight. Right now, the Rays and the Yankees have been eligible for that. Here's Joe Mauer. The pitch to him is low. It's Mauer, Young, and Kadire here in the 4th inning. We'll get back to that Manny Ramirez topic. I will say this, and we don't know, and we're not privy to direct conversation with the Rays, but there was talk that Ramirez, that his name did come up in possible deals involving the Rays and the Dodgers. Of course, we have rumors of all kinds of names, including Adam Dunn and others. But now, as we pointed out, you have to get them through waivers. And Kevin, you think there's some teams over in the National League that would be ready to take?
Yeah, and really the best record in the National League is San Diego. I don't think it even gets all the way to San Diego. I think the Giants would claim him.
Yep.
I think Atlanta would claim him. They need a right-handed impact bat. And I think those two teams right up there. And Philadelphia, with the injuries now, with Ryan Howard out for a couple of weeks, Chase Utley is out. I can see Philadelphia claiming him. So I don't think it'll even get to the American League. If it goes to the American League, the White Sox already inquired about him. They would definitely claim him. So the Rays right now with the best record in baseball, and I'm assuming that this is going to maintain between the Yankees and the Rays. I just don't see any reason why this should change. It's going to be very difficult to get one. And Adam Dunn's in the same boat, by the way. So I can lump both those guys in the same. There's some National League teams that would claim both of those guys, in my opinion. $20 million, and you pay the balance of that salary for a couple months, a chance to win a championship. Let's just take the Padres. I don't think it gets out. I don't even think it gets to the Padres, because they have the best record right now.
3-2 the count to Joe Mauer leading off the 4th. Lost him a pitch up and in for ball 4. So we're just going to check off any hitters in the National League. No chance of getting those guys.
And that's where the main bats were that the teams were talking about. The Chicago, and I thought about this too a week and a half ago. I thought for the Rays, I thought he would be a perfect guy to come here, because first of all, I know Manny pretty well. I can't speak of what happened in Boston, but in L.A., he's not a bad guy. And I don't think he would be a problem here. I think Joe Madden and the crew, he could handle it. I think he would be embraced by playing in the American League East. I think he would love the challenge.
Delvin Young getting a one-hop line drive base hit into right. Mauer stops at second, and Delvin Young went after the first pitch fastball. He got him on a good fastball away, got him on strikes in the second, and he takes this one into right.
Yeah, that's a good piece of hitting right there. That was pretty much down the middle. And Delvin was able to stay on it. But for an American League club to have him being a right-handed DH, I thought Manny would be a good pickup. Absolutely. That's why the White Sox are after him. But he's hurt. He's hurt for the 3rd time.
Twins put up a threat in the 4th. Pitch outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Walk and a base hit. Now Kadire. Ground ball to 3rd. Longoria steps on it, goes to second. First base, they just missed the triple play. Rays tried to get the around the horn triple play. Started by Longoria with a throw down to Rodriguez, and if anybody's going to turn it there at second, it would be Sean Rodriguez, and the fans giving the Rays defense a hand for that great attempt.
2 hops to Evan Longoria. He's thinking triple play immediately. So is Sean. Short hops Ben Zobrist over there as Delvin Young got down there to break that up. You got a big man coming on you right there. Upends Sean a little bit, so he ends up short hopping Ben Zobrist. That's a great play nonetheless. Good feed by Evan. Perfect feed. He got rid of it good. Delvin didn't really upset him getting rid of it. It's a nice job.
So we almost saw a triple play right there.
It was one of those ones that wasn't quite hit hard enough. It was on 2 hops to Evan, and Evan was a little bit wide of third too. So a lot of times it's one of those one hoppers right at you.
The move to first on Kadire, and you can see Price pretty close to that 45-degree angle mark there with his step to first base, and that's something he's been working on the last couple times out. And the first pitch is a strike to Danny Valencia. He has not retired Valencia. Valencia had a walk and 2 hits and a run batted in against Price up in Minnesota. And he singled and scored his first time up tonight. Oh, 2. Well, the fastball back.
David calling Jaso out. I think he wants to tell John what to call right here. Yeah, this waiver period is really interesting because if you do claim a guy, the club that put him on waivers to say, hey, take his contract. Alex Rios is a prime example. Toronto last year, he went in August and the White Sox claimed him and they took his contract. But that's something Kenny Williams wanted to do. It wasn't, he knew that when he claimed him. And look at the year Rio, they adjusted his hands, mechanics. Look at the year he's had.
Pitch away. 2 strikes.
Think about the time that the Yankees claimed Jose Canseco, and Joe Torre didn't even know it really, but that was a block because they didn't want the Red Sox to get him that one year, and Canseco barely played.
This one is down and in. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Side, and the fastball runs the count full to Valencia. So a guy who's been on base 4 straight times against Price has now run the count full on him.
Yeah, and David knows it too. That's why I called Jaso out there earlier. His stuff is so good, but Danny's found a way to have some good at bats and get some hits off of it.
And a ground ball. That's going to go through the middle. Base hit. Kadire heads to third. It's going to be first and third. So Valencia continues to get on base against Price. He's 4 for 4 this year with a walk.
That's amazing. As good as stuff as David has. He took something off of this one too. That was 85 up and away. He shoots it past Jason Bartlett.
So now it's Jason Repko, and he is the difference in this game right now.
Yeah, pretty good fastball hitter. Doesn't mean he can't throw one, but that's the one pitch he can hit.
Well, they hit one off the wall in left center field his first time up tonight. He takes a strike.
That last pitch to Valencia was a changeup. It was 85 miles an hour, a little bit hard, and it was up a little bit.
It's inside. 1-1. Run, 4 hits for Minnesota. No runs, 1 hit for the Rays.
It's a good pickup for the Twins. I know I've been talking about him. I know him pretty well.
tap foul in back of the plate umpire, Bill Cousy.
And the reason I say that, this guy can run. I mean, he can fly. He hurt his leg a couple years ago, but he can still run wide. He's got a well above average right field arm, Repco. So that's typical Twins, though. They pick up a guy like this, and he's hitting he's hitting what? 316 coming in. Yep. 333 right now.
Strike three call on the inside part of the plate. Fastball at 97. That takes care of the Twins. They do not score. Double play helped, and so did that call. Third strike. 1-0 Minnesota. By Toyota, moving forward by The Other Guy, starring Will Ferrell and Mark Wahlberg in theaters August 6th. And by Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% on car insurance. Visit us at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. Well, the Rays are down by a run as they start the bottom of the fourth inning. Evan Longoria could not check on the slider. That's a strike. He struck out on a slider, that same pitch in the first inning. Chops this one to short. Hardy comes up throwing. And Evan is the first out in the fourth inning. Time to get the answer to our AT&T trivia question. Since MLB adopted the current divisional format, which was in 1994, how many times have two teams from the same division finished with the best two records in baseball? Well, the answer to that is once. In 01, when Seattle won 116 games and Oakland won over 102. Cut by Joyce. And this year, look at the best records. The Rays with the best. The Yankees a half game back. And then how about the Padres over in the National League?
You know, in San Diego, for a low revenue ball club, low market club, they went out and got some offense. Helped themselves. Ryan Ludwig surprised me that he was available, actually, from the Cardinals. The kid Jay, the left-handed hitting outfielder, has been hitting so well. Cardinals felt they needed another starter, and Westbrook, good pickup for them too.
Strike.
Tejada wasn't a surprise. Baltimore, but for San Diego, that's good compliments around Adrian Gonzalez, Tejada, and Ludwig.
Joyce hits it on the ground to first. Kadire makes the play. So back-to-back ground balls in the fourth inning.
Well, Baker's just changing speed. He's pitching a really nice game, and Ray's had to use the field. He's not giving anything over the heart of the plate. He's throwing his slider, his curve, his changeup, and his two-seamer, and his four-seamer. He's throwing everything at him. He's mixing and matching really well.
That's really what he did when he held the Rays to just a run in 7 innings in Minneapolis. He Shows a first pitch strike to Dan Johnson. Break to that pitch.
Yeah, that was a curveball right there. First pitch.
Johnson bounces it foul. He was out in front of that one.
You look at the numbers on Baker, and with his stuff and usually his command, you're surprised that he's got an ERA of 5 and giving up 145 hits in 126 innings to start this game with 18 home runs.
Johnson, again, just a little bit of it. Fouling it. A couple of off-speed pitches to him. Count still 2 strikes.
And he usually does that. He throws strikes. He's only walked 27 men. Struck out 106 to start this game.
Upstairs. A lot of stuff down. He comes up with that pitch. Fastball. Shows it to him.
Yeah, and he put a little more on that too. 93. That fastball. Slider.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
You don't see the same 2 pitches in a row, do you?
He's got them all, and he will use them. He's coming off an outing against Seattle in which he gave up 3 runs in 5 1/3 innings. Johnson pops it up foul. That's out of play.
Yeah, look at his pitch count. Ron Gardenhire pretty much shuts him down at about 102 to 105 pitches.
His last outing, 86 in the win over Seattle.
Yeah, 86. Ronnie's got a good bullpen.
Johnson pops it up back at third, foul. Valencia should have a play and makes it, falls down, but manages to hang on to the baseball, and the Rays are up and down 1-2-3. We will go to the 5th here at Tropicana Field, where the Rays trail Minnesota 1-0. To look at the upcoming race schedule, brought to you by Just for Men Hair Color. Wrap-up game of the homestand, the longest of the year, tomorrow afternoon. That's a 12:10 first pitch. Then on to Toronto and into Detroit. As we look forward to the upcoming race schedule, you can live forward with Just for Men Hair Color. Twins have a run and 4 hits through the first 4. David Price leads off and misses with a pitch wide to J.J. Hardy. He's about 70% fastballs tonight, Price. That's a strike. Fastball, it's 2-1. But the last couple innings, he has dropped that down to around 56% fastballs. Hardy is out. Bartlett to Zobrist, and we'll check in with Todd.
Wayne, another popular topic tonight in our Ask the Announcer segment of Website Wednesday is Yonder Navarro. Gene, Tish, Doreen, George, Juliana, Eve. They all want to know, what's the latest with Navi, guys?
Well, he's hitting 270 at Durham. You see right there in 24 games, a couple of home runs. But the interesting thing there is, of course, the righty-lefty breakout. Navarro is switch hitter. And the Rays will take any right-handed hitting they can get. And so far down there, Navi's been better left-handed than right-handed.
Yeah, 208 from the right side, and that's if he was hitting 300 right-handed, you'd say, hey, well, we might start thinking about that. Because Jaso's not going anywhere. He's holding his own, hitting the 270s and getting on base. But you hope that Kelly Shoppach gets his right-handed bat going against lefties when he gets his opportunities.
Butera fouls it away. 2 strikes to him.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think Navi hit pretty well right-handed last year. I remember.
That's what the Rays really need.
Ooh, pitch.
1-2.
Good fastball. Good call, though. That was in. But good location. Just in. Red shot.
Line drive and a base hit. I think that might have been a changeup up. And Butera lines it into left field.
Number 2.
5 Minnesota hits. Yeah, we're just checking here. Navi hit 279 against lefties last year and just 182 against right-handers.
Yeah, I thought it was right-handed where he was doing pretty well. That's you'd take that. 279, 280.
Bernard Span takes it low. Two balls, no strikes. Conversation on the hill. Jaso and David Price. Price over 80 pitches here. 1 on, 1 out in the 5th inning.
Yeah, a little breather. That's what Jaso is doing. Getting a little rosin, but just a little breather for David so he doesn't try to rush in his delivery. Got to get this guy right here. Wade Casillas been working the count and Maurer behind him.
That's a strike to Span. 2-1. A little chop to short. Bartlett will get the force and no play with the speedy Span going down the line at first. So it's a fielder's choice.
Number 12.
Good comeback by David. And good job by Jason to give him a breather. Gather himself a little bit. That's a big out. Might want to try that move over there. That new move he's working on. To Span. Because he's definitely going to try to run here with Casillas.
And he's been very good this year. He's 18 out of 21.
Yep. Well, they don't want Maurer leading off, so this is a good time to try to run if you're Minnesota. Pick your spot here early in the count.
Price with a direct step over there that time. And a move to first.
See how David fell off the mound there? That's what you're supposed to do when you're doing that new move where you're on the borderline there between that right foot going home and toward first, is to follow it by walking toward first base.
Yeah, you don't want to give the umpire any prolonged look at
that's right.
where that step actually was.
That's right. You don't want your momentum falling toward home, but you're stepping toward first, and the umpire might call the balk there because you're supposed to step toward first. And something that Andy Pettit does probably the best in baseball with his pickoff move.
And again, a move over there, and Span is back.
I'll tell you, Joe Madden will like that he's working on it, though, because he gave him that first direct step move that you talked about. Then he worked on a little slower one, and that was his good move. That was his best move right there.
And a strike on the outside edge to Casilla.
Well, at least what David did, he gave Denard Span something to think about.
Casilla in a bunt. Pitch was wide. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Span will pick his spot here. He'll go first move, probably one of these next 2 pitches.
Price continues to keep close look.
Yep.
Over there.
Yeah, because as the count gets deeper, if it gets in the hitter's favor, you can't pitch out.
And that's a strike. Dropped in. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
That's how you stop the running game, is throw strike 1, strike 2. That's a backdoor curveball right there. I don't think the Rays will pitch out with 2 strikes. Man, might be going here.
And a broken bat. A little soft liner toward Longoria, who makes the catch. Twins leave a man. We go to the Rays 5th, and they trail 1-0. With David Price on the hill for the Rays, looking for his 15th win. Struck out 4 and walked 1, giving up a run on 5 hits. And Scott Baker has moved the ball around, using all of his stuff, allowing the Rays just 1 hit. And it was the double in the second by Jason Repko, chasing home Danny Valencia for the game's only run. And so it's 1-0 here as we go into the bottom half of the 5th. John Jaso, B.J. Upton, and Sean Rodriguez now. And the pitch is a strike to Jaso.
Good pitch. I thought that was a very nice job of David Price mixing over there at first base, holding Denard Span.
There's a shot toward right center field. Repko on the run, can't get it. That's going to run off the wall and bounce up. I don't know if a fan touched it or not because the ball came back down, but it's going to be ruled a ground rule double for John Jaso.
You know, I think Jaso had a shot at a triple, too, if that didn't happen. Take another look right here. Checkers double the game. This ball is drilled. Fastball up. All hands right there. Good finish for John Jaso. Let's see what it hit. Karam. Oh, it hit the... Yeah, it did. It caromed up, hit the railing, the green railing above the yellow line there. So, ground rule double is the right call.
12th double of the year for Jaso. And in steps B.J. Upton. He shortens on the bat, takes a strike.
Wow, that looked like it was out. I hope he didn't call it on the attempt. Call that a strike. I thought that ball was way out. I thought BJ held up too.
This pitch is foul out of play. Let's take a look at that first pitch. Upton came away shaking his head a little bit.
There's a slider right here. Well, you know what? On second look from the center field shot, it's probably a little closer than the original shot. But it's not. It was on the call, not on the bunt attempt.
0-2 the count to Upton. He fouls the fastball back. The Rays, for the second time tonight, get a leadoff double. Zobrist opened the first for the double. The Rays left 2 men on in that inning. Now it's Jaso at second. Nobody out.
Got to find a way to put it in play here. Nice short stroke going. You get some contact.
He stays alive. Fouling that one. Couple sliders here. Fouled away. 0-2. Rays facing Scott Baker. And Upton takes it wide. 1-2. Upton belted a 3-run homer in the 7th last night. Got a 2-0 fastball out over the plate, and he hit it out. Time call. I thought it was great. Both the guys who hit 3-run homers last night, Upton and Sean Rodriguez, came away saying, that was great, but, you know, we've got 2 months of baseball still to play.
Yeah.
So the focus is where it should be.
Yeah, in execution type baseball.
And a foul back. Rodriguez on deck as Upton keeps the at-bat alive, fouling that pitch off.
Yeah, that's too close to take. I'm glad he did that. I see him swing it and take a third look at it.
Balls, 2 strikes. The road has not been all that good to Baker this year. He's 7-3 at home and 2-6 with a 6.17 on the road. He's pitching well tonight, as he did against the Rays at home at Target Field. And a fly ball, shallow center. Span will make the catch, and no chance for Jaso to move up. So he's still at second with 1 out.
Yeah, that ball got in on BJ a little bit. Couldn't get through it, get extended. A nice pitch by Baker.
Here's Sean Rodriguez. Sean had a hot shot line drive in the second inning that Hardy made a nice play on at shortstop. And he shoots this one back into center field. Span goes back to make the catch. Jaso tags. He's digging for third and is there. Ahead of the throw. He got off the bag but managed to get back on before Valencia could put the tag back on him. He was there in time, but then almost lost the bag.
I'll tell you what, that was a strong throw by Denard Span. And that ball was plenty deep to get to third base. A great effort by Span. He gets behind it, he gets everything on it. Throws a one-hopper to Valencia.
Oh,
he was out.
He was out. He was still off the bag. Valencia kept that tag on him.
So, that's why I don't like the pop-up slide. For that reason right there. You must slide straight through the bag. Stay down. That's the pop-up slide. No reason for that there.
Jason Bartlett hits the ball on the ground to short. Hardy makes the pickup and throw, and the Rays leave a man at third. We're through 5. It's 1-0 Minnesota. Tonight, 1-0. We head into the 6th inning at Tropicana Field. Just a reminder to look for the Miller Lite Taste Greatness moment coming up later in tonight's game. Joe Mauer will open the 6th, followed by Delman Young and then Michael Kadire. 87 pitches made tonight by David Price through the front 5. 72% fastball ratio to the rest of his pitches. 1-0 the count. That was an opening fastball. Mauer went out to left his first time and walked in the 4th inning. Takes a strike. 1-1.
Yeah, hitting .381 against the Rays this year. I'm guessing they DH him tomorrow too. Day game.
Yeah, why not? He's had that bad shoulder.
Yeah.
And injection in there on Saturday. Missed a couple days. Back DHing now.
You know, and Butera, I mean, I know he's not hitting much, but he's actually gotten some hits in this series, and he's doing a pretty good job behind the plate.
Yes, he is.
Calling a game and even throwing. He'll have a couple of Rays in this series.
A chop to Sean Rodriguez. Big hop, and the throw is plenty of time. That'll be the first out in the 6th inning. And a reminder, you can enjoy a Rays game from the all-inclusive Whitney Bank Club with extraordinary seating and luxurious lounge and dining areas. Whitney Bank Club features upscale full menu buffet and inclusive drink options. Call 888-FAN-RAYS or go to RaysBaseball.com to purchase or for more info. Fastball wide. 1-0 the count to Delmon Young. Two balls, no strikes.
I was thinking about the days of Johnny Bench, the Reds, and he'd catch about 150 games, and his backup catcher, remember Bill Plummer?
Yeah, exactly.
He'd get about 10, 12 games a year.
Yeah, that's right.
About 40 at bats.
Foul ball back 2-2. I mean, what a job that was.
He got a pension out of it, but
yeah,
that's tough duty right there, not playing at all. With Joe Mauer, of course, who's got this, 8-year contract. I mean, the backup catcher's not going to get a lot of playing time, but the American League, and his arm being sore, Gutierrez.
Yeah, the other thing, you know, that
all right.
because he does have that long-term contract, their thinking has to be to preserve his offensive side as much as they can.
Absolutely.
So he's going to catch, but he's going to see time at other spots and DHing, I think, a lot more.
Well, and that's why the Twins did that. You get a lot of people question, the catcher, long-term contract. Well, when you're hitting 380, you've won a few batting titles
you're the
already.
Hometown guy.
Yeah, no, that was a great sign.
They've had a few of those.
Yeah, that was a great sign. But, down the road, he's going to be doing more and more of what he's doing tonight, DH, and he's not catching. But I would think he DH tomorrow in a day game, 12-10 game.
Young out on a swing and a miss and a fastball.
That was nasty. Queso setting up under the hands right here. Look at that pitch. Can't get to it. Big uppercut. Yeah.
Michael Kadire. Ball, no strikes.
I guess the final note is Bill Plummer could say, well, I got my pension in.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a 1-1 count.
David's at, 100 now, isn't he?
Right on the button.
Yeah.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Well, he's thrown 70% strikes, though. Look at that, 101 and 72 strikes. Pound in the zone.
And he strikes out Kadire. Boy, you talk about a nice light 96. Darting, that's what that was. Bottom of the 6th coming, 1-0 Twins. look at the Foxmo on that strikeout.
Yeah, that's just at the knees off the outside corner. Kadire couldn't get down to it. By him, too. 6 punch-outs.
I'll tell you, it's amazing when you see the result of that delivery and how quickly that pitch gets to 96 or 97.
Yeah, very, very efficient, easy delivery for David Price.
Strike one to Ben Zobrist.
I saw some pretty intense looks out of David Price, and he's pitching well, and the Rays have to get this offense going. Some pressure on Baker. I mean, he's got a very efficient pitch count in his own right. He had 61 pitches through 5 innings.
Well, he's pitched 11 consecutive shutout innings against the Rays now. As Zobrist flies to center, 1 away, and we'll check in with Todd Callis. Todd?
Dwayne, we're about to shatter the all-time mark for most questions in one Ask the Announcer Day on website Wednesday. By the way, you can log on to foxsportsflorida.com if you want to ask Dwayne or Kevin a question. We have Evan, Sal, and Alex next. They all want to know about Matt Joyce and whether you think he should get some starts against left-handers, guys.
Well, the pitch to Carl Crawford facing the right-hander. 1-0. There's Matt Joyce. He's hitting cleanup against Scott Baker tonight. 1-1. Well, the Rays, you know, for all of the discussions that we've had about them looking for some right-handed help, I guess it's not out of the question. There's a fly ball into left center field, and that's going to fall in between Span and Young. Crawford's on his way to second. That's a 2-base hit for Crawford. Well, that ball got in between the 2 Minnesota outfielders there, and there was a little communication mix-up.
Yeah, you know, that's a ball that probably should have been caught, but Carl Crawford will take it. A lefty, it'll fade away from Span. I think Span at the last instant was thinking it's going to fade back to Delman Young. So he kind of hesitates there, stutter steps, and then goes after it. But yeah, there was some disappointment by Span. I think he thought Young was going to catch up with that, but it's center fielder priority. You got to keep running all the way.
Here's Evan Longoria. The pitch is outside, 1-0. So the Rays, who scored a run against Baker in the first inning of the start he made against them up in Minnesota, still trying to get on the board here tonight.
Yeah, you'd like to get even. Get back to even.
Evan looks at a strike.
The way David is throwing really well, David Price. So they're going to try to hold Carl there just for that reason, because it's 1 out. Carl would like to get to third base. So,
you know, we're here in the 6th inning, 1 in, 1 on, 1 out. So 2 hitters into the 6th. Baker still has not had a 3-ball count on a hitter tonight.
No, that's what I say. He's got, what, 69 pitches, 50 strikes. He's only thrown 19 balls tonight.
And he didn't walk anybody in the outing in Minneapolis either. Pitches up and in. 2 balls and a strike.
Well, Casillas really pinching Crawford at second base, which opens up a huge hole on the right side. There it is, 70 pitches, 50 for strikes. That's pounding the zone, too.
In fact, in that outing, he had only 1 3-ball count against the Rays up at Target Field. He went 3-2 to Evan and eventually got him on a fly ball to left center field. And a turn, nothing doing back there.
Of course, the last thing Carl wants to do is get thrown out at third base with Evan Longoria at the plate, so he's got to be really sure he's going to try to take the bag. If Evan gets an off-speed pitch, there's a nice hole on that right side. We've been seeing him go to right field pretty well lately.
And that's a strike. Fastball, 2-2.
That was the pitch to do it on, too. Fastball away. I think Evan thought it was out. It was close. Boy, that's paint. It was up. That was a pitch Evan probably could have taken a pass out and drove it to right field.
2-2. And a swing and a miss. And the tag. Longoria is out on strikes. 2 gone. And it is Matt Joyce.
Well, didn't take a swing at the fastball. He comes back just like a slider here, and he chases for strike 3. See what they do with Joyce. I might just put him on if I'm. Well, they're going to pitch to him. I don't think they'll give him much, but they're going to pitch to him.
Joyce has been hit by a pitch and is grounded out to first. I haven't forgotten about that question we had. We'll get to that in a second. And a liner foul. He breaks his bat, so he'll go after another one. You know, he has limited at bats against left-handers in the major leagues. He's got 25, 26 at bats against him. He's hit about 230, but he does have some pop.
Well, you know, I guess the question goes right to Gabe Kapler. Like, well, why is Gabe Kapler? If Gabe Kapler's on your roster, if he's not going to play against lefties, when's he going to play?
Yeah.
So that's the thing. But, you know, you're getting to the point now as you get to the pennant race here. You get down to that August 15 mark, you're talking about the stretch run. You got to put your best 9 out there. And if Matt Joyce gets the opportunity to see what he can do against lefties, he is a presence at the plate. And I would be inclined, my own opinion, is to put him out there against lefties and see what's the difference.
Well, Joe Madden said the other day he thought that going forward he was a 500 at bat guy, which means that you're going to have to hit him against some left-handed pitching and try to make it in the 6th inning as far as that's concerned too.
Yeah, personally, I would take a shot at it. Put him out there against lefties. If he tracks the ball well, and the more lefties you see, the better you're going to hit. And if you think he's going to be an everyday right fielder, why not? I mean, unfortunately, Gabe hasn't, you know, hit a whole lot. If Gabe's hitting, you know, 260, 270, different story.
And Joyce could not check. That's a strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Side shot, off-speed pitch right here. Yeah, he went. But I think Joe Madden will probably do it based on what type of lefty's out there, too. It's a hard slider-type lefty, and you may keep Gabe in there against lefties.
And it's down.
You know, if it's an off-speed lefty, I mean, I put lefties in against an off-speed lefty. A lot of guys don't like to throw their change-up to lefty on lefty, so it kind of depends.
And you might see him spot him in there against some left-handed pitchers based on the criteria you just mentioned.
Right. Well, pick your spots and get him acclimated and see what happens. But he is a presence at the plate.
And a good look at that one away.
Yeah, he's got a good eye. He tracks the ball well. I mean, he lays a good at bat on you. You've seen that this whole homestand. And when he hits the ball, he's got launch power. He doesn't just have good power. He has that long, deep, high power. 250-foot plus power.
3-2. And he strikes him out. Well, I'll say this, Baker has made some pitches tonight. And he strikes out LaGoria and Joyce with Crawford at second. 1-0 through 6.
Between Scott Baker and David Price, 1-0 Minnesota as the Twins come to bat in the 7th inning. Our Ottaway text poll question of the evening involves David Price, and it is, how many games do you think Price can win in the 2010 season? TB1 for 16 or less, TB2 for 17 or 18, TB3 for 19 or 20, TB4 for 21 or more. Text your vote to 789-789. Standard message and data rate supply. And guys, a couple of people wanted to know your opinion on our website, Wednesday Ask the Announcers, if you think David can win 20 this year, guys.
All right, there's a first pitch strike to Danny Valencia. And this one is down 1-1. Well, one thing he's going to have to do is get this guy out, which he has not been able to do yet. In 4 at-bats and another plate appearance in which he walked. Valencia singled and scored the run back in the 2nd inning, the only run of the game tonight. Now the count is 1-2. Well, I would say, can he win 20 this year? Absolutely, he can win 20 this year. It would be nice for him to get to 15 tonight going forward, but the Rays will have 55 games left after this.
And after this homestand, 1/3 of the season will have 54 games. So you're looking at 10, maybe 11 starts after tonight.
So you think he'd have ample opportunity. You know, he'd have to get, assuming that he could win tonight, if the Rays offense can give him some runs. Once he gets to 15, then over the period of those starts, could he win 5 or 6 of those? You have to think that he certainly could do that.
Yeah, I think he's in the 19 to 20 range myself. Yep. That's where I'm at.
That's why a game like tonight's an important game, not only for the Rays to maintain their lead in the East, but they're going forward. Price would love to win 20. Look at this. He walks Valencia. So he's on again against Price. 4 hits and 2 walks in 6 plate appearances. Lance Cormier is busy in the bullpen.
Yeah, and from a personal standpoint for him, if he gets a no decision tonight and has to come out of this game in this inning, let's say, then you're still at 14. Which I still think is very doable for him. But I think as the season winds down, too, who knows what Joe Madden will do in September. Man, that's still a long ways off. Look at the AL East. Yankees won today, only a half a game back.
Down and in, 2-0. Alex Rodriguez hit number 600 today in their win over Toronto. It was a 5-1 final. Jim Hickey's going to head to the mound after a walk to Valencia, falling behind Repko 2-0. See, his pitch count now is up at 111. Be sure and stop into your local Hess Express, and while you're there, grab the 2010 Race Pocket Schedule, because it includes a $5 off coupon for a pair of lower level tickets to see the Rays on Saturday nights. Well, Repko has driven in the only run of the game. That was with a double off the left center field wall in the 2nd inning. The pitch is a strike. 2-1.
I'm sure the Twins would like to get another run here for Scott Baker the way he's throwing. With somebody in motion here soon.
And a bunt by Repko. Price with the pickup. Throw to first. Got him. Close play over there, and Valencia moves into second base. He can fly.
I told you he could fly, and I told you he's one of the best bunters, too. He's like Sean Rodriguez. He does that on his own. And I'll tell you, I've seen him do it with a runner at third on his own. He is an excellent bunter. And a 97 fastball is not an easy pitch to bunt. Look at him. He could fly. I don't understand why the Dodgers gave up on him. I mean, they went out and got Reed Johnson, and I tell you, they just did get him.
That was as close as you can be without being safe.
I mean, I'm telling you, that is a good pickup. the more the Twins see him. Obviously, they evaluated correctly. I still don't get why the Dodgers let him go.
J.J. Hardy pitches a strike.
I tell you, that guy plays hard too, Repko. He will crash you into a wall. He plays like the Rays do. That's the type of guy he is. Great kid.
And another strike away from him. 0-2.
Let's see, he was thinking there. He got a man in the scoring position. That was totally on his own, Repko. He's smart too.
Upstairs, it's 1-2.
I think David threw a 97 fastball. I think he threw it about 101 to first base to get him.
That's strike 3 call. Hardy caught looking on the pitch away. 7 strikeouts for Price tonight.
Good comeback by David right there. Look at this on the outside corner. 96 overhead shot. Not a whole lot you can do with that.
So Price at 117 pitches now faces Drew Butera, who's had a pretty good series here. First pitch has popped up, a foul ball, but will carry back into the stands. Strike 1.
Yeah, Butera has had a good series. Homered last night. Had another base hit. Walked. Single tonight.
On the count, and a fly ball lifted toward right. Joyce is there. Price leaves a man at second. Middle of the 7th. It's 1-0 Minnesota. It's a 1-0 ball game, and it so resembles the game that these two teams battled through up in Minneapolis on the 2nd of July when Baker and Price hooked up, and the Twins won it 2-1. First pitch, and Johnson, it's a high fly ball, but it's going to be short of the track and caught out there by Repko. One away in the bottom of the 7th as the Rays face Baker.
Yeah, he got a good pitch to hit, too, Ken Johnson. He got a little bit off the end of the bat. Take a look. Yep, a little bit off the end. Pitch to hit.
Jaso. John takes it for a strike. Yeah, that's right. That was a very good pitch to Dan Johnson. Upstairs. It's 1-1. Just at 81 pitches now. One out into the 7th. Jaso fouls a fastball back. Cut. 1-2.
Baker's never really been out of rhythm. He just gets the ball and gets on a mound and goes.
And a little popper to the left side. Hardy a couple of steps into the outfield from shortstop. Well, the Rays got a run in Minneapolis off Baker in the first on back-to-back doubles by Crawford and Longoria. And then they got nothing after that. He scattered a few hits, scattered some singles and a double, but that was about it. And tonight they have 3 hits off him. All 3 have been doubles. He didn't walk anybody in Minnesota, and he hasn't walked anybody here tonight. 1-0 the count to Upton, who takes a slider wide. He misses this one. Came back with a slider, and the count goes to 1-1.
Yeah, BJ was thinking fastball there.
And he pops it up third base side. Valencia near the stands, reaching in, and does not have a play. A ball, 2 strikes. It's Randy Choate in the Rays bullpen.
Well, in the 8th inning, they've got Span and they've got Casilla, switch hitter, and then Mauer. So David's pitch count is up there pretty good.
Yeah, as high as 122, and that came in the game we've been referencing against the Twins in Minneapolis. There's 119 right now as Upton skies one to right. He's out. 0 for 3 tonight. 1, 2, 3 go the Rays. We head into the 8th. It's 1-0 Minnesota. Dodge Ram trucks, award-winning Ram trucks, plus a new heavy duty, making one of the most powerful lineups in Ram history. By AT&T, find out what's possible with the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T, rethink possible. And by your Greater Tampa Bay Buick and GMC dealers. We've completed 7 innings. On to the 8th here at Tropicana Field tonight. With Kevin Kennedy and Todd Callis, Dwayne Stats with you. Great to have you look again tonight. Well, we've had some great baseball on this homestand. And the Rays bring on Randy Choate for the 54th time this year.
Yeah, Randy's in here to get left, right, left in this situation. Starting with Denard Span. You can see he'll turn around to the right side as David Price did.
And the pitch, Span is going to bunt that ball and takes it low. Span 0 for 3.
The way Baker's pitching, you can't give any more. He'll put zeros up here the next couple of innings.
Span shortens again and takes ball 2. It's 2-0. Pitch. 3 balls, no strikes. Now Choate comes into the strike. 3-1. Chad Qualls is busy in the Rays bullpen. Good outing for Price, but no offense from the Rays tonight so far. And 3-2 now to Span.
Yeah, David threw great. Did a super job. Great stuff again tonight.
And a bouncing ball to first. Zobrist with the toss to Choate, and he comes back to get Span on the little hopper down to first. 1 away. Now let's go to Todd.
Another question on Website Wednesday, Ask the Announcer. And we have Aaron, Derek, and David that want to know about Desmond Jennings. They want to know if he might help this team before it's all said and done, kind of like Fernando Perez did back in 2008, guys.
Yeah, I think he has exactly that potential to help the club in that way. In fact, you know, he may have already been with the team had he not injured his wrist in the spring. That set him back a bit. And even when he got back to playing every day, he was not at full strength. Pitch to Casilla. He takes low, 1 ball and no strikes. So I would absolutely expect to see Desmond Jennings here.
Yeah, no doubt. Absolutely. And that's, I'm sure, what Andrew Friedman weighed out when the trade deadline was approaching.
It's low. 2 balls, no strikes. The one thing that they continued to want to see from Desmond Jennings at AAA was to make sure that wrist was complete and a return of some extra base pop. He's not a home run hitter, but he's still going to get extra bases and hit the ball with some authority, and they wanted to make sure that the wrist was 100% and that he was doing that.
Now he fits into Joe Madden and how the Rays play the game with the speed and the defense and creating havoc out there on the bases.
And a chopper deep short, glove by Bartlett. Long throw, what a throw, but not in time to get Casilla. Boy, that was a great effort by Bartlett once he got to that ball to uncork the throw, and it was right on the money. But Casilla's speed made it impossible to record an out.
He knew exactly who was running, and his only chance to get it in the air and throw a strike over there was to twist and do that jump. Nice stretch by Zobrist. Could see it busting his tail down there. Just does beat it. That's a great play, though, by Jason. Tough play.
Here's Joe Mauer. Pitch is inside, 1-0. Garcia, the runner.
Joe Mauer's 1 for 4 off somebody.
How did that happen?
Not easily.
Yeah.
1 for 4 with 2 strikeouts.
1-1 now.
Gets Randy Joe.
Blown away, and a good pick right there by Jaso. Garcia stays put at first.
Yeah, you're right. Garcia is about to take off. Slider ran all the way across the plate about 4 feet outside.
Seven innings for Price, 119 pitches. Now choke. And a little tap. That's going to be a roller, and it's a foul ball. Two and two the count. Twins scored their run back in the second inning on a 2-out single by Valencia. And then the double off the wall by Repko. That's been the only scoring tonight. It's a 1-0 game in the top of the 8th. To the count. Mauer waiting. And the pitch is wide. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
There's no doubt Casilla should be running here with Joe Mauer at the plate. Full count. Try to open up a hole.
3-2, runner goes, and the pitch is ball 4. So Casilla moves into second on the walk to Mauer. 2 men on with 1 out. Joe Madden out to make a call to the bullpen. Brought to you by Metro PCS. Wireless for all. BB&T, best bank in town since 1872. 5-Hour Energy. Hour of energy now, no 2:30 feeling later. Visit 5hourenergy.com. And by AutoWay, if you need a car, truck, or van, who are you going to call? AutoWay. Call 1-800-SHOP-AutoWay. Pitching change, and the Rays have pitcher number 3 in the game. Right-hander Chad Qualls follows Price and Choate.
Chad be looking for a ground ball here. Got that good slider. Hard sinker.
He last worked in Monday's game in this Minnesota series. Followed Jeremy Hellickson in that game. And the pitch gets away from Jaso. The runners will advance to second and third, and a big turn by Casilla at third as Jaso tracked that ball down. Now second and third with one out.
You know, that happened the other night to Jaso. One got through the wickets on a slider. He just didn't track it into his glove.
And a pass ball sets up a very serious situation now.
Left his eyes out there. He didn't track it all the way into the glove.
Infield has to come in. And it's fouled back. 1-1, and that erases that ground ball double play possibility that is also part of Wall's game, as we saw the other night. He came in and threw a double play ball.
Yeah, that's big in this game. Second and third here. You got to get a ground ball hit at somebody.
And Young chases that pitch, a slider that kept moving away from him.
Yeah, Jaso really has to, he hasn't caught Chad Qualls before. We talked about that the other night. Now he's tracking it. See him follow that with his head? You got to turn your head. Track it right into your glove. You can't leave your eyes out there where the ball was. Follow it all the way in.
And a little pop-up right side. Coming in is Joyce. He'll make the catch and a tag, but no attempt to score. Garcia just wanted to draw a throw, and that was it. So a big out right there as Qualls gets Young on the fly ball to shallow right.
Very big. You got a base open to play with. You got a veteran in Kadire. You got a young guy on deck who's actually been on fire.
Yep, Michael Kadire about to step in, and Danny Valencia follows him. 2 men in scoring position with 2 outs. And the pitch is a strike at the knees. A fastball about 93. Kadire chases that slider. Boy, I tell you, that's been quite a pitch here tonight.
Yeah, watch Jaso's head on this one. So he's got good depth on that pitch. You got to really follow his slider.
Oh, 2 the count. And a step back by Qualls. See, it started to bluff down to toward the plate off the third, and Qualls just stepped back.
Yeah, he's trying to get in the box.
It's been blocked by Jaso. The slider down and away. Garcia's at third, Mauer's at second, 2 gone. Ball, 2 strikes. Here it is. And it's low. Ball's right back with the slider. 2-2.
Well, you got a base to play with out there, so you don't have to give in. You can still try to expand the zone here a little bit.
2-2, and it's down. Fastball that time. So we go to 3-2. Wynn scored a run in the second. It's been 1-0 since then. And Brett here in the 8th, minute second and third. 2 outs, 3-2 pitch. From Balls. And a ground ball to short. Bartlett picks it up and throws, and that takes care of that. He got him on a slider. Still a 1-0 game. Sean Rodriguez will lead off the bottom of the 8th. 1-0. Minnesota.
For the 8th inning in a 1-0 game. Latest question comes to us from Billy. He said he wanted to watch that Matt Garza no-hitter again. He didn't get a chance to see the replay the next day when it was showed on Sun Sports. Will we show it again? And the answer is yes. Tomorrow night, Billy, you can get those DVRs ready. Relive the Matt Garza no-hitter from Monday, the opener of this homestand tomorrow at 7 o'clock on Sun Sports. It will be shown in its entirety. We'll have more answers to Ask the Announcer questions on our post-game show. We'll also have a Joe Madden press conference and a Carlos Pena update, all on our Rays live post-game show. Guys, back to you.
Sean Rodriguez has already taken a slider low and outside for a ball. Next pitch here in the bottom of the 8th, and that's ball 2. How about this? Both teams tonight are 0 for 14 combined with minute scoring position. There's a high shot down the left field line. Will it stay fair? That is a foul ball to call. Oh my goodness. Rodriguez hit it right down the line, and Joe Madden wants to take a look at this one. Right down the line. Oh my. Jerry Crawford made the call. Fans, of course, out there calling it fair.
Yeah, way up and over the foul pole.
They look honest out there.
Totally.
Yeah. Let's see what we have. Let's take a look at this, Kevin.
High launching. Sean's taking a look. I think he thinks it's fair. Oh, boy. That's a high first.
Now, here's the high home look. That might be a little truer. Boy, I'm telling you. You know, it would look foul from the high first angle. That makes the angle a little more severe. High home would give you a little truer look, but still not right on. And it's a long foul. Oh, just foul. do you think?
Yeah, I think it's just foul. Well, I don't know. Well, you see, we're getting it from different angles. We're not where Jerry Crawford was.
Yeah,
so it's tough.
Yeah, he had I guess the best view of anybody. So here's the 2-1 pitch now, and Rodriguez takes it low. 3 balls and a strike. Well, sooner or later, the Rays going to have to score a run on Baker. He's gone 13 consecutive innings of shutout baseball against the Rays now. And that's a strike.
From the camera shots, if they did a replay, it looks foul.
Yeah, that's right.
Just foul. And that's, if they go review it, that's what they're going to see, the umpire. So it is what it is.
Oh, strike 3 call. Rodriguez called out on strikes. I think he threw him a slider, maybe.
Sure did. And he threw him a hanging slider. There's a hanger right there. John couldn't pull the trigger.
Now Jason Bartlett up here. Now the Rays are 0 for 7 and the Twins are 0 for 7 tonight with men in scoring position. 1-0 the count. The Twins have the only run, and now they have the hottest, the lefty, and Crane, the right-hander, getting ready. Bartlett takes a look at the pitch down.
They need a base runner. That's a Rays need. 95 pitches. We talked earlier. Baker usually is shut down at the 100 pitch mark.
Foul the other way. It's 2-1.
Maybe 105. That's about it. After Bartlett, the lineup turns over for the 4th time. But he's still throwing well.
And Jason takes a fastball in off the plate.
Tell you what, I'd be sitting on 1 pitch, and if it's not in your zone, I'd make him throw 2. Try to get a base runner.
3-1 right now. And ball 4. Well, Bartlett goes to first, and that's the first walk Baker has given the Rays all year. So he went 14 1/3 innings before he gave the Rays a walk.
He's been pitching great, but he did make a couple mistakes. The one that Rodriguez for strike 3 was a hanger slider. And he lost command there on Jason Bartlett. He missed badly, 3-1 there.
And Valencia is in from third to take a little time for the bullpen. Ben Zobrist, who opened the Rays offense back in the first with a double. He's 1 for 3. He has 1 of the 3 hits. They've all been doubles tonight off Baker.
Nice hole on that right side for Ben.
He swings and hits one down the right field side toward the line. Rep goes over to make the catch, and back into first goes Bartlett. Well, Repko closed on that one.
Yeah, he's quick. He is very, very fast, Repko. Too much hang time on that fly ball. He can run.
2 gone.
And I'll tell you what, he can throw. He's tough to go first to third on, Repko. He's playing a deep right field, but look at him close. I mean, good read on the fly ball, and he's going full bore and catches it easily.
Now Carl Crawford. Fastball is inside. Carl doubled in the 6th inning. Inside, snap, throw to first. Bartlett is back in.
Now, Butera couldn't quite get rid of it quick enough because Carl Crawford was right there. A little hesitation on that pickup attempt.
Rays left men at first and second in the first. Left a man at third in the fifth inning. A man at second in the sixth. Crawford hits it foul through the coaching box. 2-1. Dan Wheeler is up in the Rays bullpen. That's a little wide. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Over to first. Bartlett back in.
That's a good count to run on right here. They don't want to go 3-2 on Carl. And at worst, you'd have Carl leading off the ninth. Not that you want that, but you'd like to get Jason in scoring position on this pitch if you can, or open up a hole for Crawford.
And the pitch is way high. So it's a full count. Bartlett walked to reach base. Now 3-2 to Crawford with 2 outs. So Bartlett will get a running start.
I halfway think on that last pitch, Baker thought Bartlett might be going.
Crawford hits it on the ground back to the hill. Baker's underhanded toss to first retires the side. The Rays leave 1. We're through 8. 1-0 Minnesota.
Tampa Bay Rays and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and all accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Tampa Bay Rays.
We go to the ninth tonight at Tropicana Field. It remains a 1-0 ball game. It's been that way since the second. And Dan Wheeler is pitcher number 4 for the Rays tonight.
Yep, Dan's had a solid season. Over a strikeout an inning, and look at the batting average against, just 198.
He faces Valencia, and the first pitch is a strike on the outside corner. Valencia has been on base all 3 times tonight and has scored the only run of the game when he singled with 2 outs back in the second and scored on Repko's double. Since then, he has singled and walked. And he takes another fastball in there for a strike. 0-2. Price worked 7. Gave up a run on 5 hits, choked 1 hit in a third of an inning. It falls 2/3. And a wave and a miss. Valencia missed the breaking pitch. So he's finally out.
Hey, Dan really got on top of this curveball. Really good finish right there. Great bite on that one. Excellent 2-strike pitch right there.
Now here's Repko. Jason Repko, who doubled, struck out, and sacrificed. And he takes a strike. That's a fastball. And the breaking ball stays in a bit. 1 ball, 1 strike. Lance Cormier is up in the bullpen. Repko lays off the breaking ball away. 2 balls, 1 strike. Wheeler last worked on Monday. Ground ball shortstop. Bartlett has it, and the throw to first in time. Came back with a fastball down and got the ground ball. 2 outs now. 2 up, 2 down. And the Minnesota shortstop, J.J. Hardy, up there now. Hardy is struck out, grounded out, and struck out. Caught looking his last time. And he swings, and it's a fly ball back into deep center field. Upton goes back, and that's high off the wall. He gets a good carom, and Hardy's on his way to second. Well, Hardy teed off on that one.
Yeah, he did. The ball was up. And he jumped all over it. Take a look right here. The fastball. Wow, he tomahawked that one.
Yeah, that pitch was out of the strike zone high.
Yeah, he liked it. Look at him get through that.
That's his 11th double of the year.
You know, Hardy's only got 4 home runs all year, and I know a lot of it's the new Target Field, but obviously this guy's been a pretty good power hitter with the Milwaukee Brewers, although that's a home run ballpark in Milwaukee.
Now the catcher, Drew Butera. And the pitch is high. Got him with a slider, and that stayed up. Matt Capps down in the bullpen for Minnesota.
The Rays may like that. After seen enough of Baker.
Boy, he has given the Rays nothing. There's a strike at the knees. 1-1 to count.
Got to keep the game right here though at 1. It's a good fastball around the corner. Perfect.
Baker very good tonight for Minnesota. And a 1-hopper out to second for Rodriguez. Throw to first in time. Scoreless ninth, no runs a hit. Man left. Evan Longoria is going to lead it off for the Rays. They're down 1-0. Minnesota leading. Scott Baker worked 8 innings of shutout baseball against the Rays tonight, giving up 3 hits, all doubles. He struck out 7 and walked 1. He's now pitched 14 consecutive scoreless innings against the Rays. And Matt Capps will take over for Minnesota.
The new closer. Matt with 27 saves coming over from the Washington Nationals at the trade deadline.
And Evan Longoria leads it off here for the Rays. And he takes a strike. The only run of this game came in the second. The Rays hitting now in the bottom of the ninth. And Longoria tried to check and did on the appeal down to Chris Guccione.
First 2 pitches, sliders to Evan. A little respect on his ability to hit a fastball.
There have been no hits with men in scoring position tonight by either team. Center field, hang time. Young on it, he cannot come up with it. Longoria is going to head into second, standing up with a double. Delvin Young tried to get there, but could not field it cleanly, and the ball ricocheted off him.
Well, that's the exact word I was thinking. Hang time in there. Little blooper. The only man that could have got it was Delvin Young. Ball got in on Evan a little bit. Fastball 93, mislocation, jammed Evan. Take a look. It's the seam in left center field right there between Span and Young really should have had that ball. He just didn't track it for him into his glove either. It's like a catcher.
So Longoria has his 32nd double of the year. And here is Matt Joyce stepping in. It's not the 6th inning, but the 9th inning will do.
We take it. We take Matt Joyce in this situation. Try to not just drive a run in.
And a shot back into right field. Fly ball. Repko's there to make the catch. Longoria is going to head to third, and he will beat the throw in. Now the Rays have Longoria at third, representing the potential tying run with 1 out.
Well, it's up to Dan Johnson. Try to at least tie this game. This ball a little bit off the end of the bat. Look at Matt Joyce now. That ball's away about 4 inches off the outside corner, but it was up. Repko has got a great arm. And I was a little concerned if that was deep enough because I've seen Repko throw before. He's got a plus arm. That throw was offline, though. Good hustle by Evan Longoria.
And Longoria was beating it and then some in the third.
Yeah.
Hustling all the way. Now here's Dan Johnson with the infield in. Johnson. Base hit. This game is tied. Dan Johnson on the first pitch. Lines a single into right field. And the Rays get on the scoreboard to tie it at 1-1. Johnson, who had that big hit, that pinch hit home run off Papelbon in 08, comes through with a base hit in the bottom of the 9th inning tonight to tie it.
And he also got a fastball up about thigh high, outside corner, but up enough where he could get through it. And hits a line drive rocket to tie this game. Saw the look of Scott Baker. You can't blame Baker. All of a sudden, within 2 minutes, this game is tied after 8 outstanding innings that he threw tonight.
Gabe Kapler is running at first for Johnson. John Jasel, the hitter. And Jasel takes a strike. Well, that was the first hit of the night with anybody in scoring position. The two teams combined now 1 of 17. The Rays 1 out of 9, and Minnesota went 0 for 8.
And you know what impressed me is both Joyce and Johnson were in hit mode, try to drive the run in. They weren't taking first pitch. They knew what their job was. They swung at the first pitch.
Chase, he takes that one on the inside corner. He thought it might have been a little close, and the count is quickly 0-2.
Well, I got to say, I did too. I thought it was a ball. Doesn't matter, though. It's what Phil Cuzzy thinks.
Way up. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The runner at first is the pinch runner, Kapler. 1 out, bottom of the 9th. New York beat Toronto 5-1. The Rays started this game a half game up. One-two to Jaso, and he struck him out. That had some bite down and in, a slider. 2 gone.
Yeah, that's nasty right there. Not even close. Tough pitch.
Well, now it's B.J. Upton. He was one of the heroes last night. He got ahead 2-0 and got a good fastball to hit, and he hit it. Now he faces Matt Capps.
He has another extra base hit in him tonight.
Pitch down and away. Capps starts Upton with a slider.
Capps has a pretty big leg kick too. Now Butera throws well, but you got to think about it because Capps is going to go to his slider on BJ.
And Upton takes a strike. Took a slider.
Gabe's got to be thinking about trying to get second base here once the count gets even a little deeper.
Going to move to first. Back in is Kapler.
Yeah, that's not a big enough lead. I mean, he's not. That lead is not to steal second base the way he got back. But Ron Gardner are thinking the same way that, hey, you've got to be thinking about getting to second base here.
And another move. Kapler's back in. 1-1 to count to Upton. Willie Ibar has moved into the on-deck circle. John Rodriguez is due, but Ibar out there. 2 outs. And Upton swings through a fastball. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And Capps, after throwing over there twice, gave him a quick step to the plate. They thought Kapler was running for sure 1-1. He doesn't have a big enough lead really to steal.
Capps holds the ball. Time called. A ball, 2 strikes. The Rays have tied the game. 2 outs. Kapler first. 1-2 to Upton. And strike 3 call. Fastball, and Upton took it. So the Rays get the tying run across, and that's it. We're headed into extra innings. Longoria's double started it. And Johnson's base base hit scored the tying run. 1-1, end of 9. All season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Extra innings tonight at Tropicana Field. A 1-1 ball game at the end of 9. So on to the 10th we go. Minnesota scored in the second inning. The double off the left center field wall hit by Jason Repko scored Danny Valencia. And the Rays down to their final at bat. Final inning. A double by Longoria. Fly ball to right by Joyce and a base hit to right by Dan Johnson scored the tying run. So it's 1-1. The Rays have stranded 6. Twins have stranded 8. And Lance Cormier is the new pitcher. He is pitcher number 5.
Yeah, Joe Madden likes to use Lance against left-handers, and that's what he's going to face in this inning. 3 in a row. 38th appearance of the year.
Denard Span leads it off, and the pitch is outside. Price works 7. Cho to third. Qualls 2/3, and Wheeler 1. And now it's Cormier against the top of the order. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, Span swung at a ball right there. Got a cutter. Ran in on him. Corners are in, expecting a possible bunt. Still with 1 strike.
And Span takes the pitch. 2 balls and a strike. Up a little bit. It's 3-1. It's been a while since Cormier has been out there. He's called upon to work the 10th inning tonight. His last appearance is on the 20th of July. He throws a strike. 3-2. So it's gone 14 days.
That's a long time. That is. And he threw a 3-1 cutter right there for a strike.
Hit on the ground at first. Zobrist steps on the bag. 1 away. That's a very important man to keep off the bases.
That is. That's their main speed guy right there. Denard Span. 18 stolen bases, and he came back and threw a couple of strikes after getting behind him 3-1.
Now the second baseman, Alexi Casilla. Casilla walking up on that pitch. Take a look at it for a ball. He did everything except walk right out of the batter's box.
Now this guy's scrappy. Lays a tough at bat on you.
Fouls this one. He had an 11 pitch at bat back in the 3rd inning against David Price. Price finally got him on a comebacker to the hill on a changeup. A 1-1 count. 1-2.
That's what Lance was trying to do on the first pitch. Get that two-seamer running away. It was a good pitch. Good movement.
See, it just got a little piece of it. He stays alive.
You know, I was watching because he moved up in the box before that pitch. I think he was looking curve. he moved about his feet about a half a foot up.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Yeah, he's busy in the batter's box.
Got a little bit of Mickey Rivers in him. Mickey?
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a popper. Left side, and Bartlett backpedaling out. Crawford in, and Carl makes the catch. 2 outs. So the bases are empty with 2 gone, and the next hitter will be Joe Mauer.
Well, that's always good when you say bases empty with Joe Mauer.
That's right. It's tough enough to face him this way, much less with anybody on base.
Jesse Crain getting ready for the bottom of the 10th.
There's a strike. First pitch strike. This is not easy to do what Cormier is doing here after the long layoff. Ground ball back of first. Zobrist to Cormier covering, and it's a 1-2-3 10th. Nice job by Lance Cormier there in the 10th. Bottom of the frame coming, still tied.
Following our game tonight, it'll be time for the Rays Live post-game show. We will hear from Joe Madden with his press conference. We will also update you on Carlos Pena's status. We'll have highlights of the Yankees game as well as the Red Sox game, and we'll answer a couple more of those website Wednesday Ask the Announcer questions. All that coming up right after this one. Dwayne, back to you.
Well, we go to the bottom of the 10th inning. And a nice job by Lance Cormier to get the top 3 in the order. And as we go to the Rays half of the 10th, Jesse Crain, who's been very good out of the Minnesota bullpen, comes on. He is their 3rd pitcher.
Yeah, he has. Got a nice strikeout to walk ratio, almost strikeout an inning. 228 batting average against is low. 47th appearance. Going to have a pinch hitter here, Dwayne.
Yeah, Reed Brignac will hit for Sean Rodriguez. So we'll see how this matchup works out.
Yeah, this is one of those times I wouldn't mind to see Reed just try to get a fastball and do one of those launch shots that he can do once in a while out of the ballpark.
That's right.
Take one shot at it early.
Well, the last time Crane gave up an earned run was on June the 5th.
Wow.
That's 21 appearances. And now Brignac takes a pitch outside. 1 ball, no strikes.
Curveball right there.
Crane worked a third of an inning last night and 2/3 the night before. Brignac missed it. 1-1.
Yeah, good off speed after the curve right here. Look at that bottom fall out of this one. Like a little slider down.
Foul ball, looped the other way. The slider.
Yep.
1-2.
No fastballs for Reed. Curveball, slider, slider. I guess he was thinking the same thing. Yeah. Reed might be looking at one fastball he can get up in here. He's got some surprising power, but not now. 2 strikes. Got to put it in play.
And he gets by the mound. This is Casilla, and he makes the play. Casilla ranging to his right. So Brignac is the first out.
Yeah, it was. Got in on him right there. Casilla. Good hustle on the move. Off bounce. Little sinker over there to first base. Goodire shows the first base umpire. Chris Fuccione. I've got it.
Now it's Jason Bartlett. Jason 0 for 2 with a walk. Rays have drawn only that 1 8th inning walk tonight. First pitch is a strike.
That's a good tight slider right there.
Minnesota 5-3 in extra innings this year. The Rays are 6-3. High fly ball toward left center field. Span going back all the way to the track for this one. Boy, that thing carried, and Span about a step and a half back on the track. Back toward that triangle corner made the grab.
Yeah, deepest part of the yard really where Jason hit that. Look, another slider backed up a little bit on him. Jason hit it well, and he's busting his tail just in case, but he had too much loft on it. Span was able to run it down.
Now it's Ben Zobrist. Pitch is down and in. And doubled his first time up tonight. 1-for-1 lifetime against Crane. Ahead in the count this time around. 2 balls, no strikes.
Same pattern that he had on Brignac. Starting with the curve and through the slider. Ben will have the green light here. You get the fastball right down the middle of that one.
And the fastball was high. Got the fastball, but too high.
Yeah.
So Zobrist goes to first, and that's going to get Crawford up there.
Yeah, I was just thinking, Joe probably gave him the green light. Ben's got a good home run power, of course. That might be the best fastball he gets, and the only fastball he gets. 3-0, and I think Crane was thinking the same thing. It wasn't even close.
Well, Crawford doubled in the 6th inning. He came into this game needing a triple to get to 100 triples before he turns 29, which he will do tomorrow. And the pitch is high, and Butera came out of there just to see if Zobrist might be moving.
Yeah, good bluff too by Ben, because you have to be aware that Ben has an excellent percentage stealing bases, and you know he wants to get into scoring position, but I think he'll let Carl get a strike or two before he does it.
Move to first, and is back in.
And you would rather than worry about Ben at first base, see if Carl can get a fat pitch to hit or something at least that he can drive in a gap.
Upstairs, 2-0 as Crane hurried up with that delivery.
Yeah, that's why I like keeping Ben in this situation with Carl up. I like keeping Ben there early in the count for that very reason. Because it'd be the second base, you don't have to worry about. You don't have to worry about him because you got a base open.
The 2-0. Crawford takes ball 3. Well, a walk to Zobrist with 2 outs, and now 3-0 on Crawford. Longoria on deck.
Now this is a time sometimes when Joe Maddon will run 3-0. I don't think so here.
Here goes the runner. The pitch is ball 4.
Well, I like it.
So Zobrist moves up on the walk. Back-to-back walks with 2 outs. And Longoria will come to the plate. Rick Anderson, the pitching coach, will go to the mound.
I shouldn't have second-guessed myself.
Oh, yeah. You go with that first instinct.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, the reason I like that move is because the pitcher's more worried about Crawford. He's not thinking 3-0 guys are going to steal, but Joe Maddon will do that. He likes that move. He's smiling. He likes that. Well, that's why I was anticipating it, but I thought, well, Crane's wild anyway. He may wait a pitch. Element of surprise is what that was. Well, you got the right guy at the plate.
Yes, they do. By the way, Edwin Jackson got a win for the White Sox over the Tigers tonight, 4-1. That's the final now. The White Sox beat Detroit. Quentin and Canerco hit home runs. Here's Evan Longoria. Well, Evan dropped a double in there to start the 9th, and that led to the tying run. Now he's on to face Jesse Crane. And he swings and misses. Slider up, strike 1.
And I think Evan was expecting a slider too. And he saw one up and he thought he could reach it. I don't think that surprised him at all.
And a foul ball back. And a pretty good cut at that one.
Yeah, he was expecting 2 sliders and he got a hanger and he just couldn't get through it. A good pitch to hit. Good swing at it.
0-2 the count. On 1 tie, bottom of the 10th. Down and away. A ball, 2 strikes. Zobrist the runner at second. Both Zobrist and Crawford walked. Play high. Fastball that time. Crane can reach the mid-90s, and that was a pretty good fastball right there, but way upstairs.
I think he'll go back to his slider. That was just a show-me fastball. We'll see.
2-2. And a fly ball into right field. Repko going back and makes the catch to retire the side. He hit a slider to right. No runs, 2 walks, 2 left. We go to the 11th, tied 1-1. One ball game. We're headed into the 11th inning tonight at Tropicana Field. Don't forget, you can log on to FoxSportsFlorida.com. The rundown with Dave Schreiber. He's still here working hard. Get interviews, behind-the-scenes footage, and analysis of the Rays. Coverage you won't get anywhere else, and it's on FoxSportsFlorida.com with Dave Schreiber. Lance Cormier goes back to the hill for the Rays. He had a 1-2-3-10. He'll face Delman Young to lead off. Kadire and Valencia due to follow. Young singled in the 4th. Takes a pitch around the knees for a strike. One and one. David Price started. He made 119 pitches. Gave up a run through 7 innings. In the bullpen, choked for a 3rd, Qualls for 2/3, Wheeler an inning, and now Cormier with an inning under his belt. The breaking ball is fouled back. Curve ball, and it's 1-2. Faces that pitch. Out on strikes. He's pitching now with 9 strikeouts.
Nice job by Lance expanding the zone right here with 2 strikes. Big slider right there, not giving anything close to hit for Delman Young. It's a nice job on him.
Swing and a miss. Kadire. In the count, 0-2. And he got it. Foul ball. Just a little piece of it. And so he stays alive.
Yeah, big overhand curveball right here. Good pitch. Good depth on it.
Kadire could barely hit it, and Jaso couldn't catch it.
You're not kidding.
Foul the other way. Still a 2-strike count.
Don't leave it up there, 0-2.
Right field. That ball is caught by Joyce. 2 gone.
He got away with one there. But so far, so good. 5 up, 5 down for Lance. For a guy that hasn't pitched in a couple of weeks.
That's pretty amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Danny Valencia, 2 hits and a walk tonight. He goes after the fastball. Cut action on it. Fouled it away. Strike 1.
Look at this guy, 368.
I'll tell you, he's played well. He's gotten big hits for them. He's played a great third base. Good defensively.
Yep, he sure has.
And that pitch missed by just a bit. 1-1.
I'll take a look from the center field camera shot. Yeah, that's a pretty good pitch. That had to cross the plate.
It's foul the other way. 1-2 now.
Yeah, so far with Valencia, we've seen a lot of up the middle, left center type, right center type hitter.
Yep, both his hits tonight have been in that direction. And he swings and misses the breaking ball out on strikes, and that's 10 strikeouts for Rays pitching. 1, 2, 3. Go the Twins. We're still tied 1-1. The 11th inning, and it's still 1-1 as Lance Cormier has come out of the bullpen and pitched very well.
Yeah, he really has. He's shown good command. He's changed speed. He's thrown a very good overhand curveball. There it is right there. 6 up, 6 down. Good overhand put-away curveball right here. Foxmo gets Valencia way out in front. So he's done his job so far. 6 straight. Hopefully he doesn't have to go back out there. And then, Matt Joyce is going to get a chance now off a lefty. We'll see what happens.
Yes, he is. Jose Mijares in the game, the 4th pitcher of the night for Minnesota. And Matt Joyce will face the left-hander. Well, Matt, 29 at-bats in the big leagues as a left-hander, hitting .207, and he faces Mahadas. Pitch is high.
Slider first pitch, not a very good one either.
Fouls it, bounces it against the stands up the right side. Going after the fastball.
He's got a 92 fastball up, and he can get to that ball up. We've seen him do that and hit some launch home runs to right field. They try to pitch him in like that.
The 1-1. It's fouled back. A ball and 2 strikes.
A pretty good pitch to hit right there. And a good swing at it.
And down a ball, 2 strikes to Mahadas. Fouls this one off the front of the Rays dugout. Him back a little bit with a 93-mile-per-hour fastball.
Yeah, and he wasn't even trying to. He's trying to go away and down.
Baker worked 8, Caps 1, and Crane 1. Rays got their run off Caps. Two, and Joyce takes a big cut at the fastball and misses. So that's the first out in the 11th.
I tell you, he had some good swings. He was on the ball. He just was underneath that one. He had some pitches to hit, and this at bat. That's just a good. He's underneath it, trying to lift it a little bit there.
Both pitching staffs now with 10 strikeouts each. And Gabe Kapler, who entered as a pinch runner in the 9th inning, will bat against Mahadas in the 11th. Takes a look at a pitch wide.
He likes to work the count, but he's also a guy that's so strong. He's got a chance to win the game here. You got to be thinking, take one shot at a long ball here.
He swings and lifts it into left center. Span is coming in, not too deep. And in front of Young, makes the catch. 2 away in the 11th.
Yeah, he thought about it. He just got a pitch that was down. Tough to get through.
And John Jaso is due to hit, but he's being recalled. The left-hander out there, Kelly Shopik, throughout his career has been much better against lefties than righties, and so Joe Madden says to Kelly Shopik, go up there and swing hard.
Yeah, his job is not to draw a walk. His job is to try to get a strike to drive out of the ballpark. Joe Madden's going for it right here.
You can see .299 lifetime against lefties, .216 against righties. 18 career home runs off left-handed.
You know, and Mahara's so far in the first 2 hitters, he's left some balls up. They're pretty hittable.
Well, that's what Joe Madden's thinking as well.
Yeah, well, and you're not preparing for the 13th or 14th inning. You got to try to win it. If you don't win it in 9, you try to win it in 10. If you don't win it in 10, you try to win it now. Because you start running out of pitching too.
Kelly's 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a walk against Mahadas. So here's Shopik. And he hits the first pitch hard on the ground to the shortstop, Hardy. It makes the throw to first. That retires the side. We're going to go to 12, tied 1-1.
One of the questions from Gary in our Ask the Announcer website Wednesday, he was wondering whether Carlos Pena was available to pinch hit. Well, the Rays were hoping to give him another day of workouts tomorrow with head athletic trainer Ron Porterfield. He worked out today with Porterfield with those agility drills, and they think he might be able to pinch hit tomorrow. You never know, though. We're closing in on tomorrow since it's 10:46. But this is one of those games you're never sure what's going to happen. In fact, the guy who threw a no-hitter to start this homestand, Matt Garza, is down in the Rays bullpen just in case. Guys, back to you for the 12th.
Yeah, the Rays with Price, Choate, Qualls, Wheeler, and Cormier already utilized. And there's Garza down there. And Benoit and Soriano, they each pitched last night, and they've been very, very busy on this homestand. Kelly Shopping does the catching now in the first pitch here in the 12th inning to Jason Repko. He takes it down and away.
And he will drag a bunt. We saw that earlier. Evan Longoria is ready for it. Case.
Tough to miss by Repko. 1-1.
Good slider right there. How about that? 4 for 4 versus Lance Cormier.
Time for those odds to even out.
Yeah, I think so.
2-1. There's a strike on the outer part of the plate.
Pitch. Good 2-1 pitch right there. Even it up. Everything down and away right there when you hit the corner on that one.
And a shot to center field. Upton is there, almost right to him. One away in the 12th. Now J.J. Hardy. Hardy doubled his last time. He's 1 for 4. And a breaking ball drops over for strike one.
Nice overhand curveball right there. Yeah, Hardy hit that high fastball up, way up out of the zone to dead center.
Pretty close. 1-1. Yeah, he got up there, drove that one to center off the wall. And a Slider, that's going to be a fair ball just inside the right field line. Hardy's on his way to second and has himself a 2-base hit. Just fair. Well, he got one double off the center field wall and hit this one softly up the right field side, just inside the foul line.
Yeah, Lance has been hitting the outside corner pretty well. This is a good pitch. That's just a nice piece of hit. You see his head down on it. He gets back the back leg through it. It's a nice piece of hitting. It's not by accident.
Now Butera will be lifted for a pinch hitter, and Jose Morales will bat. Morales, the pinch hitter. Pinch hit in the 9th inning last night and walked.
He's got a pretty decent bat. Not an easy out here.
Pitch away as Cormier now works for the man at second and one out. And the pitch just missed. 2-0. Morales looks at a strike. 2-1. Morales recalled from Rochester at the end of last month. It's it on the ground to the right side. Zobrist will make the play unassisted. Over to third goes Hardy, who's there with 2 outs. Two gone, and we go to the top of the order.
Well, now you have to concern yourself with a bunt also. Ben Zobrist was playing deep, and Evan Longoria reminded him to get up there in case of a drag bunt with the runner at third base.
Denard Span with outstanding speed. Hardy, the runner at third. And Span bunts it and pops it up. Caught in the air by Zobrist. That retires the side. So he did attempt the bunt, but popped it up. We're going to go into the bottom of the 12th. With this game still tied, it's a 1-1 contest. The Rays and the Minnesota Twins tied 1-1. Jose Morales will stay on to do the catching, and Matt Guerrero will come on. He is pitcher number 5 for the Twins. B.J. Upton in there. The first pitch is a strike call, a breaking ball. One and one. Upton connected in the 7th inning last night off Guerrero. The 3-run home run. Fouls this one as the ball ran away from him a little bit. Here's that 2-0 pitch and the resulting home run.
Yeah, tried to go away like he just did just now with a fastball, but this one missed middle end, and BJ didn't miss it with his swing.
And a chopper back at third. Valencia is thrown to first, and Upton is out. One away. The Phillies worked 1 inning, 1 scoreless inning.
Plenty of arm right there by Valencia. That was
He's a good-looking defender.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, that was a good play. Had to wait for the big hop, and then he knew he had to get it over there in a hurry. That's a nice, accurate throw. Plenty on it. Just did get BJ.
Reed Brignac puts it on the ground to second. Garcia comes up with that one. So a couple of quick outs here.
The shortstop, number 8, Jason Bartlett.
No, it's Jason Bartlett. And a little broken bat looper up the right side that's foul down toward the bullpen. That's a strike. Guerrero took the loss last night, giving up the 3 runs in just a third of an inning. Breaking ball. Curveball for strike 2 to Bartlett. 0-2. And that's down. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Despite a couple of bad outings when the Rays have scored a bunch of runs off him with the long ball, his overall earned run average is still just 345.
Yeah, he's got good stuff.
And Bartlett strikes out. 1, 2, 3 go the Rays. So we're going to head into the 13th, tied 1-1. Rays will send Lance Cormier back to the hill. Minnesota scored a run in the second. A double off the wall by Jason Repko scored Danny Valencia. And the Rays tied it in the bottom of the ninth. On a double by Longoria, he eventually scored on the base hit to right by Dan Johnson. That tied the game, and so we now go to the 13th, tied 1-1. The Rays at the last count were 1 for 10 with men in scoring position, and the Twins were 0 for 10. Garcia leads it off here in the 13th. And the pitch is taken low for a ball.
It's tough duty for Cormier now, second time around the lineup. In his fourth inning of work, he's done a great job.
He's made just over 40 pitches now. Two balls, no strikes. Behind Garcia, 3-0.
Yeah, this is tough when you haven't pitched in 2 weeks and you're now into your fourth inning and the lineup seen you already.
And ball 4 is inside. And there's a leadoff walk with Joe Mauer coming up. Let's take a look at this.
He turns in it.
That got plenty of the plate.
Top part of the zone. Yeah, that had plenty of the plate. Across the plate. Not sure why they didn't get that call. It's getting late.
Now here's Mauer.
Nothing wrong with that pitch.
Pitch to Mauer is a strike on the inside corner.
Mauer's got that big hole over there now too on the right side. He had a rocket shot over to Ben Zobrist back in the 10th inning for the final out.
And that pitch is fouled away. Cormier has done some starting, but his longest relief appearance his career was 4 innings for Arizona, and that was against Pittsburgh back in April of 2004. Two strikes to count to Mauer. And Garcia is back in.
Mauer ever grounded into a double play? Because this would be a good time for it.
It certainly would. Infield set up for it. The ground ball, that's going to be just beneath the glove of Brignac. Garcia is going to go to third. The throw not be in time as Longoria comes up to meet it. And it's first and third. Boy, Mauer just got that one beneath the glove of Brignac.
Yeah, he sure did. I think Reed was thinking going to second on this. Let's take a look. He was playing double play depth. Didn't quite get down all the way. Tough play. Just went under his glove. And because he was up at double play depth, he didn't have the same range. Or if nobody was on, he'd have been back 7 or 8 feet.
And so now the infield will tighten up.
Yeah, have to play in now. Go ahead, run on third base.
Elman Young, the hitter. The pitch is down. 1 ball, no strikes. Breaking ball and a base hit into left field. Casillas scores. Maurer stops at second, and Delvin Young gives the Minnesota Twins a 2-1 lead. A walk and 2 singles here in the 13th.
Breaking ball a little bit up, but Delvin Young went down and got through it. Not quite as sharp with the breaking ball, but understandably, it's his 4th inning of work, and he hasn't pitched in an awfully long time. So, Hickey out there. Last thing Joe Madden wanted to do tonight in extra innings was use Benoit and Soriano, so that's why you haven't seen, especially Benoit, a day game tomorrow.
See Cormier at 49 pitches.
Choate and Wheeler and Qualls have already been used.
Now it's Kadire. And a swing and a miss, strike 1. Well, it's the nature of the game, of that leadoff walk really led to the next 2 hits.
Yeah, it did. There's no question, because exactly right. If they're not in double play depth, that ground ball, assuming it's the same thing happens, it's an out.
Another strike, 0-2. And Casillas has scored the go-ahead run for Minnesota.
Now you just got to keep it right here at a 2-1 game.
And a fly ball into right. Joyce makes the catch. That's the first out. The runners hold at first and second. Two on with 1 away, and Danny Valencia will bat. Valencia scored the run in the 2nd inning that gave Minnesota a 1-0 lead, and that stood up until the bottom of the 9th when the Rays got a run. Want to know the count. Pop fly to right. Matt Joyce is there for this one. And the runners remain at first and second. 2 gone. We're down to Repko's spot. But Kubel will come off the bench to pinch hit. So Ron Gardenhire wants the left-handed bat.
Yeah, he wants another run here, even though Repko is a very good defender, a plus defender with a strong throwing arm. He wants another run or 2 here because he's depleted his bullpen a little bit too, and the Rays have the top of the order coming up in the bottom of this inning.
Kubel takes a look at the pitch down and in. He played right field last night and was 1 for 4. That's a strike. 1-1.
Good pitch.
Two outs into the 13th. 2 men on, a run home. Kubel takes it down. Shopik blocks it. 2 balls and a strike. Kubel 0 for 2 lifetime against Cormier. A 2-1 count right now. Foul ball takes it to 2-2.
He likes that ball up. Jumps on that pitch up in the zone.
Now the pitch. And a ground ball right side into the shift. Grignac's throw to first in time, retires the side. So Minnesota comes up with a run, a base hit to the drawn in infield by Delman Young. Chases home Casilla, making it 2-1. The Rays need at least a run to keep it going, and they have the top of the order. Ben Zobrist to lead it off. First pitch from the right-hander Matt Guerrero is wide. A ball and no strikes. Zobrist, Crawford, and Longoria due up for the Rays. Two balls, no strikes.
That was close.
Jason Kubel now in right field. And a hot shot down to first, grabbed by Kadire. A low sinking line drive that Kadire made the catch on. Well hit. One away.
Yeah, guarding the line here in the 13th inning. With Ben Zobrist in a good hitter's count, he hit a bullet. Kadire's able to backhand. You see him hugging the line right there.
Now Carl Crawford. Carl takes a strike. Guerrero worked the 12th inning and picked up a strikeout. 2 ground balls and a strikeout. Carl fouls the fastball back. 0-2. A 2-1 ball game. We're in the 13th inning. fouls that one. Inside to Crawford. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Crawford trying to work his way aboard here to give the Rays a shot. And that's up. 2 balls, 2 strikes. This is the second time the Rays and the Twins have gone into extra innings. The Rays won a 10-inning game 5-4 in Minnesota on July the 1st. 2-2 upstairs. Full count now to Carl.
Well, what's it going to be? Fastball? He's got the curve. He's got the slider.
3-2. And a foul ball. He came in with a fastball.
Yeah. Went right at him, a little bit up, but too close to take. I don't blame Carl for swinging at that one. You never know.
Yep,
13th
right.
inning especially.
3-2 again. And a chopper headed towards second. Casilla throw to first, and it's there in front of Crawford for out number 2. Crawford hustling down the line after hitting that chop to the right side. 2 outs with the bases empty. Evan Longoria will be the hitter, and here's that play again.
Yeah, by a stride. Well, you always see hustle from Carl.
Longoria takes the pitch in for a strike. And Longoria tried to check on that one, but went around. 0-2.
That side shot. Yep, he did.
Ground ball down to third, deep back of the bag. Valencia's throw is in time, and this game is over. Rays go down 1-2-3 in the 13th. The Minnesota Twins defeat the Rays 2-1 in 13. Guerrero will get the win. Cormier suffers the loss in this 2-1 final. And the standings in the American League East will find the Rays and the New York Yankees once again tied with identical records of 67-40. For Minnesota, 2-10-0. They strand 11, and for the Rays, 1-5-0 with 8 men left. Minnesota 1 for 14 tonight with men in scoring position. The Rays were 1 of 10. And as a result of this loss, again, the American League East knotted at 67-40 between the Rays and the New York Yankees. We'll take a look at tonight's No Light Base Greatness moment. That comes for the Minnesota Twins. Delman Young got a base hit through the left side of the infield in the top half of the 13th. That scored Alexi Casilla with the go-ahead and what turned out to be the winning run tonight. So the Rays now stand 8-2 on their longest homestand of the year. They'll wrap it up tomorrow. We'll be with you at 11:30 on Sun Sports. Final game of the series and the homestand, the Rays and the Minnesota Twins. Kennedy, Todd Callis, Brian Anderson, Dwayne Stats. Hope you've enjoyed the telecast and not the outcome. 2-1 and 13, Minnesota the winner. See ya on the postgame.